Chapter 765. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived in the capital, before they could settle Xiaobei and the others down, the call of the capital came. Xiaobei and the others had been to the palace before, so they were not afraid at all, let alone nervous. They immediately changed into their official robes. Ever since they had obtained power last time, they had not used it once. They had originally planned to use it on Xinsai County's County Magistrate Yan, but County Magistrate Yan did not give them the chance. When they wanted to use someone to do something bad, County Magistrate Yan fell ill. Whether it was a real illness or a fake one, he was on sick leave, so they could not ask him to do anything. After that, County Magistrate Yan recovered and stabilized. He did not come to find He Wei again, nor did he talk about working together to do business. It was as if nothing had happened. Xiaobei, who had not been able to teach him a lesson, was not satisfied. Thus, he told his brother and sister that when they moved to another place, they would bring County Magistrate Yan along and wait for him to make a mistake. With this thought in mind, Xiaobei prepared to have a good talk with Li Longji to see if they could bring County Magistrate Yan along. Just like that, the group of people arrived in front of the palace gates. How could the guards not recognize Xiaobao and the others? They didn't even announce their arrival. After seeing the token, they immediately let them pass. They came a bit early today. Li Longji had not yet finished his court session. The officials were still standing outside in the cold wind, discussing matters with Li Longji. Normally, officials below the 5th rank were not allowed to enter the morning court session at this time. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were special. The two of them came and went as they pleased. The guards could not stop them. Thus, the two of them brought Xiaobei and the others, who were clamoring to see what the morning court session was like, to join in at the last moment. The group of children swaggered to the back of the group. It turned out that the person at the back of the group was no longer at the back. This person sized up Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Ignoring the endless debate at the top, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, aren't you standing in the wrong place? This is where the military officers are. You should go there. As he spoke, he pointed to the opposite side where the civil officials were standing. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know this person at all. He smiled and said, I came with my wife. She is a deputy county magistrate and also a civil official. Yes, no. How can Wang Wan be a civil official? He's clearly a military general. It wasn't easy for this person to determine which side Wang Wan was on, but the smarter him still decided to leave Wang Wan on the side of the generals. After all, one more force was better than nothing. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement and said, that's right. My wife, a deputy county magistrate, is a military general. How can I, a registrar, be a civil official? Am I right? That's right, that's not right. That's not the same as an official position. Wang Wan is a devil. Oh, she's a fairy. The kind that's very good at fighting. This person was once again led astray by Zhang Xiaobao. Who cares what he is? As long as there's a place to stand, it's fine. Xiaobei didn't want to run around randomly. Hearing that this person wanted to chase them away, he popped his head out and said this. This person was immediately stunned. He didn't know that Xiaobei and the others had also been given an official position. Moreover, it was the kind of position where as long as all the little fellows worked together, they could impeach someone. Thus, he looked at Xiaobei and the others in confusion. Other than shock, there was only astonishment left. Xiao Zhu leaned over with her hands on her hips. She was very dissatisfied with this person's gaze and said, What are you looking at? If you look at me again, I'll impeach you. If we work together, we'll impeach the imperial censor. Do you understand? This person's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. He had actually heard of this matter. At first, he thought that it was just someone casually talking about it. Now, it was not at all convenient. His Majesty really gave a bunch of little brats the position of officials and can impeach others without any evidence. This person muttered to himself. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, Wei Wei smiled and didn't say anything. Xiaobei and the others proudly puffed out their chests and raised their heads. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of the private bank, this official wants to say that the way of the economy is not a small matter. This official has done some research on this matter. Thus, this official thinks that this official is qualified to enter the China Banking Regulatory Commission. Just as these people were talking, a civil official not far away suddenly stood out and recommended himself to Li Longji. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Bei and the others, who lived together and had a tacit understanding, stood out at the same time and said in a childish voice, "This official objects." If only one person came out and said this, it wouldn't have any weight. A seventh-ranked official didn't have the qualifications to say this. However, if a bunch of little fellows said it at the same time, then it was different. If they were separated, they were nothing. However, once they worked together, then they were the imperial censor. This position was enough for them to speak up. Because they were too far away, and Li Longji couldn't bring binoculars with him when he went to court, he really didn't know that Xiao Bei and the others had come over. At this time, the court was very lax. Even if someone wanted to go to the washroom at this time, they could secretly leave and go to take care of it. Under such lax policies, not only did Li Longji not notice that a bunch of little fellows had come over, even Gao Lisher only reacted when the little fellows were talking and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Your Majesty, Xiao Bei and the others have arrived." "They should have just arrived," Gao Lisher said to Li Longji. At this time, Li Longji also saw who was talking. A trace of a smile appeared on his stiff face, and he asked Xiao Bao and the others, "Why do you all object? Come closer and tell me." The little fellows began to walk forward. The stairs were very long, and it took several steps to walk one. After walking for a while, they finally arrived in front of Li Longji. Xiao Bei had always been in charge of external affairs, so this time, she was the one to speak. Xiao Bei straightened her body and bowed, "Your Majesty, this subject feels that the CBRC can't easily recruit people. Only those who are truly capable can be promoted. Otherwise, wouldn't they be harming the country and the people? This subject feels that in a situation where he doesn't have any thoughts about the economy, he must have some selfish motives for wanting to go to the CBRC. This subject thinks so too. This subject impeaches him for having improper intentions." Xiao Yuan also stepped forward to express her support. The person who said that he wanted to enter the CBRC was dumbfounded. He was just trying to fight for some benefits in the future, but he didn't expect to be refuted by a bunch of little fellows the moment he said it. This was too infuriating. How did these little fellows get to the CBRC? They even called themselves subjects. What kind of joke was this? "Your Majesty, how can the imperial court be a place for little fellows to cause trouble?" This person was furious as he said to Li Longji, "Who's a little fellow? You've already said it clearly. Don't you know that there's a hierarchy in learning the Tao and that the more accomplished one is the teacher?" Xiao Yuan was unhappy. She was an official, so why was she being looked down upon? "Which family are you from?" The person who spoke just now glared at her and asked, "I'm from Sanshui County's Wang family." "How about that? Don't glare at me. If you continue to glare, I'll investigate you. I don't believe that you're so innocent, untainted, and untainted." Xiao Yuan could be considered to have clashed with this person. After all, even if she said or did something wrong, she still had her brother and sister to back her up. She decided to scare the other party first. Who knew that just as she finished speaking, the other party's face changed. It wasn't as rosy as before, but rather a little pale. Of course, it could also be because of the cold weather and the strong wind outside. This person still didn't know what kind of effect the change in his face had on him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhang Shua, who was standing in front, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject feels that we should investigate Minister Yan of the Ministry of Revenue. This subject feels that he must have violated imperial grace." When Zhang Shua said this, he winked at Xiao Bei and the rest. It was unknown if he really liked Xiao Bei and the rest, or if he was just expressing goodwill to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that he also suggested to investigate this person with the surname Yan that Xiao Yuan had casually mentioned. Approved. Li Longji wasn't blind. He could also tell that something was wrong with this person, so he immediately approved. "Your Majesty, this subject has sinned. Please show mercy." This person immediately knelt down with a thud. His movements made the people in front of him feel pain for him. This was a limestone slab, so his knees were probably bruised. Xiao Yuan and the rest opened their mouths wide as they looked at this kneeling person in shock. Xiao Yuan never expected that what he casually said would actually come true. There was something wrong with this person. The other officials really didn't know what to say. Those who knew the identities of Xiao Bei and the rest all felt pity for this person with the surname Yan. How could he be so unlucky? He even dared to stand out when a bunch of little rascals who knew about the imperial censorate came out. Impeachment didn't matter if he had done anything wrong. As long as there was an impeachment, there would definitely be an investigation. This was the authority of the imperial censorate. Even if he had done something wrong, the imperial censorate wouldn't be able to do anything wrong. More importantly, why wasn't your body clean? You didn't have enough willpower. Once you were impeached, you would be exposed. This was over. Perhaps you could still avoid the Lord's impeachment, or perhaps you would be given a lighter sentence. After all, if it was just a little corruption or a little bribery, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when the little rascals were impeached, as long as the two sides were compared, wouldn't you be hated? The little rascals were so cute. Indeed, Li Longji didn't give any face this time. With a sullen face, he looked at this person with the surname Yen and ordered Zhang Shua, investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Your subject obeys, Zhang Shua replied. Following that, this person was dragged away. Immediately, there would be people investigating him. This wouldn't be as simple as just questioning him to see if he was lying. They would rush to his house and investigate everything that could be investigated. If he didn't cooperate, he would definitely be punished severely. Seeing this person being dragged away, little Yuan sighed helplessly. She felt that the world was really mysterious. She had just casually said something, and it turned out to be right. On the other hand, little Bei appeared much calmer. If she had harmed someone else, she might feel apologetic, but this person was definitely doing it for himself. Who asked you to have a problem? Taking 2 steps forward, little Bei said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, we feel that if we want to enter the CBRC now, we need to tell us what financial leverage is. If we don't even know this, we definitely can't enter the CBRC. After little Bei finished speaking, she turned her head and looked around to see if anyone was willing to stand up and say that they knew. The officials finally understood the power of little Bei's group. No one said a word. They didn't even have the courage to look at little Bei and the others. Who knew what financial leverage was? They had never even heard of it before. Little Bei waited for a while. Seeing that no one dared to look at her, she turned her head and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, no one knows. That's why I feel that the people in the CBRC need to be trained by my elder brother and elder brother. Li Longji's face revealed a brilliant smile. Seeing that little Bei and the others didn't say anything, he felt that this group of little fellows was really too fun. They were clearly children, but they had to pretend to be adults. Back then, when they first met, they impeached a county magistrate. This time, they took care of an official. They were even more impressive than the real censorate. Your Majesty, say something. Is it like what I said? Seeing that Li Longji didn't say anything, little Bei finally felt a little nervous. Why did Uncle Emperor change when he came to this place? Hearing little Bei's voice, Li Longji finally reacted and said, Yes, we feel that it should be so. Little Bei, have you eaten yet? I ate breakfast, but I haven't eaten lunch yet. Uncle Emperor, let's eat hot pot today, okay? Little Bei rubbed her stomach and replied, Okay, we'll eat hot pot at noon. Li Longji agreed. Next to him, Gao Lisher waved his hand at little Bei and the others, indicating that they should quickly return to their positions. Little Bei and the others were also smart. They immediately ran back to their positions, their legs trembling. All the civil and military officials were speechless. What the hell was this? They were actually asking if they had eaten in court? Li Longji no longer thought about the people who had just been dragged away. He continued to talk about the matters that should be discussed in court. At this time, little Bei and the others didn't have a chance to interrupt. They followed their elder brother and elder sister and waited for the court to end. From time to time, they would smile at the civil officials who looked over. After Li Longji finished discussing the matters of the morning court with the officials, he didn't leave first. Instead, he waved his hand at Zhang Xiaobao. Little Bei immediately rushed over and happily arrived at Li Longji's side. She leaned against the dragon throne and said to Li Longji, Uncle Emperor, it's too cold outside. Even if you have a charcoal brazier here, it's useless. Why don't you use stainless steel to build a large hall? In the future, you can hold morning court there. Can there be a suicidal fat cow when you eat hot pot at noon? Li Longji didn't care about little Bei at all. He leaned against the dragon throne and listened to Xiao Bao speak. Wei Wei was stunned. Only now did she understand what suicidal fat cow meant. It was none other than beef hot pot. Little Bei wanted to eat beef bone marrow. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, there was a cow that was very sullen. It was just like that official registrar Yen. It couldn't take it anymore and offended our Little Bei, so it committed suicide." That person surnamed Yen can also commit suicide? I don't think so. Generally, corrupt officials are all afraid of death. It's fine as long as there's a fat cow. I want the bone marrow from the spine. Uncle Emperor, let me tell you. On the way here, we met a cow that wasn't willing to eat. It was thin, so we bought it and killed it. There's even bezoar in it. Uncle Emperor, you mustn't tell others. If others find out, they'll make us spend more money. Little Bei doesn't have much money to begin with. I still need to leave some for people who are poor to deal with emergencies. Little Bei blinked her big eyes and explained what happened on the way here. Then, she stretched out her hand and revealed her pinky, wanting to make a promise. What else could Li Longji do? He also stretched out his pinky and made a promise with Little Bei. After listening to what Little Bei said about making a promise and not changing it for 100 years, the ceremony could be considered complete. Satisfied, Little Bei chuckled for a while, then said to Li Longji, "Uncle Emperor, that hall that little one mentioned just now is really feasible. Little Bei's family has a hall like that when they discuss matters in the winter. If you don't have money, Little Bei." "Oh, I mean this subject is willing to use my usual pocket money to make one for your majesty." As she spoke, Little Bei squeezed into Li Longji's arms and sat on the dragon throne with him. Li Longji was afraid that Little Bei would slide down and scratch something, so he hugged her and said, "Okay, we'll build one according to Little Bei's suggestion. Uncle Emperor has money, but how do we build one?" Ask Big Brother and Big Sister. Big Brother and Big Sister know. Little Bei had just stood below and felt cold, so she came over to get warm. Li Longji naturally didn't feel cold here, making her feel very comfortable. Especially the clothes Li Longji was wearing. The fabric was good, and it was similar to a silk cloth doll. Just like that, Li Longji carried Little Bei back to Xingqing Palace. He ordered people to find a cow that had committed suicide. After it was cleaned up, it would be cooked hot pot for lunch. The spine couldn't be missing. After the morning court was dismissed, it didn't take long before it was noon. The cold wind blew, and a group of people began to prepare for lunch in the main hall. The details of the preparation were naturally done by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan was in charge of slicing the meat, and Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of mixing the base ingredients for the hot pot. When it was time to eat, Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, you can't continue to stay in Baoxin County. Have you thought about where you want to go?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought to themselves, "Here we go." They looked at each other, and Zhang Xiaobao answered, "Your Majesty, I feel that the place we want to go must not be too rich. Cuckoo and I won't be of much use there. It's best to go to a province that is relatively poor and has a small population. In fact, Cuckoo and I want to go to Ci province, but it's not too poor. I've discussed it with Cuckoo, and we can open a business there. It's fine if we don't go there. I feel that the place we want to go must have a lot of water. For example, the Yangtze River is not as good as the nearby Yellow River. Of course, if you want me to go to Lingnan Circuit, it's fine, but I can't go to Luzhou. Oh, there must be a lot of water. Then, where do you and Cuckoo want to go the most, Xiaobao? You should at least give me a rough idea, right?" Li Longji thought to himself, "There's no way I'm sending you to Lingnan. Otherwise, where would I send you when I send people to?" Because of Luzhou, many people who should have died on the way to Lingnan were able to board boats and arrive at Lingnan within the allotted time. This was especially true if they were near Luzhou's place. I wonder if they're going to enjoy life or suffer there. Although Zhang Xiaobao did not know what Li Longji was thinking, he could not reveal the location. Therefore he changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, I feel that Hunan Circuit is better. I have a secret recipe in my family that allows me to obtain good things from there. It can be used to farm and increase the yield of crops. If the water is used to feed livestock, it can make them grow stronger. Even if it's used to make tea, boil water, or bathe, it's not bad." What's so miraculous? As expected, Li Longji no longer considered what Zhang Xiaobao said about Hunan Circuit. He focused on what Zhang Xiaobao said after that. If it were anyone else who said this, Li Longji would not have believed them. In fact, he might even punish them. However, it was different when it came from Zhang Xiaobao. There were too many miraculous things happening in the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was used to it. If the Wang family said they had it, they had it. Even if they did not have it, they would think of a way to obtain it. Zhang Xiaobao produced a handful of stones from his pocket. Some of them were specially polished into a round shape. These were used to soak in water, while others were broken into pieces. These could be used to soak in water. Most of the time, steam baths under the name of a certain country were called water treasures. Not all of them were electrolyte stones. Li Longji looked at the stones Zhang Xiaobao produced. He did not understand them. He reached out and took them. He was not afraid that they were poisonous. He looked at them carefully and was even more puzzled. Xiaobao, are these the miraculous things you mentioned? They don't look like anything. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, if jade is not cut, it will not become a good thing. When the jade was first made, it did not look good. Why did it become different after being processed? Your Majesty, the Empress once wrote a letter to Xueqi, saying that her skin was better. Xueqi and I were very happy. After thinking about it, we concluded that it must be because the Empress often cultivated in the pool that Xueqi had people used to make with these stones. The Empress Zhang Xiaobao was talking about was the current Empress Wang. She was the only empress in the Tang Empire. By mentioning Wang Wan, he would not appear disrespectful. Li Longji was indeed fooled. He really thought that he could touch her smooth skin with just these stones. When he looked at the stone in his hand again, his expression changed. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "You said that this stone was produced in Hunan Circuit?" "Yes. I think that there may be such stones in other places, but I have not found them yet. I only found them in Hunan Circuit. Therefore, Xueqi and I want to go to Hunan Circuit, even if it is Dengzhou." Zhang Xiaobao continued. Li Longji was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly remembered that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had lied to him. Could it be that he could not find some trouble for them? Therefore, Li Longji revealed a troubled expression and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The officials in Dengzhou are doing well. I think that Xiaobao, you already have a lot of stones like this at home. No wonder your family had such a high yield when you were in Xueqi County. Why don't you change to another place? After all, Dengzhou is not small. If I put you there, some people will not be willing." Wang Wan was doing her best to cook meat for her younger brother and sister. She lowered her head and did not make a sound. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud if she looked up. Gao Lishur was anxious for Zhang Xiaobao. He felt that Xiaobao should not have said everything. Wouldn't this make His Majesty refuse? Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated with him and revealed a helpless expression. "Your Majesty, is it really impossible for me and Xueqi to go there? This stone was found in my home. I still plan to build a few more baths here. Those are all money." Li Longji was proud of himself. Just as he was about to say no, he suddenly remembered how Fengzhou was given away. He held back his words and carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao was lying. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at him with an innocent expression. His eyes were like crystals, revealing sincerity. Li Longji really wanted to laugh. At this time, he had already discovered the ability of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They looked very sincere, but in fact, they were not. "Lie, continue lying. Do you want to lie to me again? I've long known that all the places that you speak of are all lies, and all the places that you don't speak of might not be true. Other people's lies are all lies, and the truth is all lies. You're all lies within lies, 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 lies within lies." Yes, that's right. There are big tricks and medium tricks, and there are small tricks within the medium tricks. If I were to believe you, I would really be helping you count the money after being sold. Thinking this, Li Longji strengthened his conviction. He did not want to be led astray by Zhang Xiaobao. He prepared to test the waters and said, "Actually, it's not impossible. It's just that the officials there need to be reshuffled. I don't know where to go." "It's true. As long as your Majesty is willing to let this subject and Xueqi go to Dengzhou, this subject and Xueqi promise that we will definitely make that place more prosperous. As for the original people, they can be sent elsewhere." Presumably, that person is more familiar with the seaside. Why don't we send them to the east of Jiangnan? That place is not bad. It's also close to the sea. Zhang Xiaobao revealed a happy expression, but Li Longji did not believe that it would be so simple. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Why do we need to go to the east of Jiangnan? Why don't we go to the Anong Protectorate? There are many provinces there. Didn't you want to go there?" A map appeared in Li Longji's mind, and the Anong Protectorate was on it. That place was really big, and the provinces there were all small provinces next to each other. "Come, Xiaobei, I'll give you some bone marrow. Once you eat the bone marrow, you won't be afraid of the cold anymore. It's said that the place Uncle Emperor mentioned is very cold. In the future when we go there, things will be easier." At this time, Wang Wan made a bone marrow for Xiaobei. As she spoke, she put the bone marrow into Xiaobei's mouth. Then, she began to make bone marrow for others. "Elder sister, that place is really cold. Can we go there?" Xiao Yuan asked while waiting for the bone marrow. "Of course you can. Elder sister and your big brother Xiao Bao are very capable. Back then, we wanted to go to that place and wanted to find a place near the sea, such as Jili Prefecture. Unfortunately, Uncle Emperor did not agree and only gave us Feng Prefecture." Wang Wan also stuffed a bone marrow into Xiao Yuan's mouth and told him about the cold place. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao immediately followed Wang Wan's words and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, why don't you give that place to us? We don't want the Mai Fan stone anymore. We really want this kind of stone." Zhang Xiaobao's gaze was still so sincere that no one could see what he was thinking. Li Longji was really in a difficult situation. One place after another, they were all places that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to go. But where exactly should they go? At this time, a young eunuch slipped in from outside and gave Gao Lishur a look. Gao Lishur hurriedly left. Li Longji did not mention where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went and continued to eat. After a while, Gao Lishur came back and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, a pigeon came from Wing Prefecture. It said that Tubo has already sent an envoy here. They want to discuss the matter of exchanging slaves or other things for food. They are very fast and will probably arrive in the capital by the middle of the second month." Changing again? This is all thanks to Xiao Bao. Let them come. I want to see if they will still be as arrogant as before. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and said. Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew about Tubo. It seemed that they would not be able to survive for 2 years in a row. If it was said that they could still hold on when their food was burned the first time, they would not be able to hold on this time. If not for the fact that they knew that they could not defeat the great Tang, they would have already sent troops to the border. This was already a foregone conclusion, but it was not important. What was important was that they could make use of it. Your Majesty, this subject has decided not to go to the sea here. I will go to Jianan Circuit and follow Cuckoo to Pengzhou. We will continue to deal with Tubo and make them unable to recover. Zhang Xiaobao looked as though he was loyal to the country. Wang Wan also said, Indeed, Your Majesty, we are willing to go over and deal with Tubo. It's not for the sake of earning money. It would have been fine if she didn't say the last few words. As soon as she said those words, Li Longji immediately rejected the idea of sending 2 people over. If they were to manage the land there, others would surely object. No matter how much he trusted them, it was impossible for all of the officials to think that they wouldn't rebel. Once a person had the ability, there was nothing that they couldn't do. This matter isn't appropriate. You can't go there. It's better to find a place by the sea. The Yangtze River and Yellow River aren't suitable for you. I have decided to send you to Dengzhou. As long as you are of a higher rank, it's fine. As for the Anong Protectorate, the winter there is too cold, so it's fine if you don't go. Li Longji said as he observed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lowered their heads at the same time. However, in that instant, Li Longji saw Wei Wei's lips curl up. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely manage Dengzhou well. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan expressed their gratitude at the same time. Their voices were slightly different from usual, but Wei Wei was trembling. This made Li Longji's heart beat faster. Could it be that the 2 of them really wanted to go to Dengzhou? Could it be that they were just putting on an act for him? It was hard to say for sure. He couldn't take back his words so casually. Thus, Li Longji shot a glance at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur didn't want to be caught in the middle, but he couldn't pretend that he didn't understand the emperor's intentions. Thus he said, "Your Majesty, this matter is a little too rushed. It's better to discuss it with the officials first before making a decision." "Is it too rushed? I'm also thinking for Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Could it be that there are still people who would object?" Li Longji pretended to be calm and said, "Your Majesty, it's best to be cautious," Gao Lisher advised. Li Longji was clearly very dissatisfied. In the end, he sighed helplessly and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, it seems that this matter won't be easy to pass. How about we discuss it again?" A hint of anxiety appeared in Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, but he immediately concealed it. His lips curled up as he said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, in truth, this subject and Cuckoo can go anywhere. If Your Majesty feels that it's troublesome, then you can just arrange for a place near the sea." Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really wanted to go to Dengzhou, so he decided that he couldn't let the two of them go there. In any case, they won't be bad no matter where they go. It's better to choose another place. The Andong Protectorate that I mentioned just now isn't bad. Shouldn't we consider letting the two of them go there? That place has always been difficult to manage, so it's a good opportunity to see how capable the two of them are. It's just that they should stay there for a period of time and come back when it's about time. It just so happens that that place is also near the sea. Chapter 766. Every year, the most normal selection of officials would end after the Spring Festival. Some people would be promoted, while others would lose their official positions. Other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, all the officials who were sent out were sent out. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Zhong still couldn't leave Luoyang and had to stay for at least another year. Li Longji didn't care about this. Luoyang was nothing more than a vacant position. If he had the energy, he might as well spend it on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After the morning court session ended, Li Longji had Zhang Shua and Zhang Jiuling stay behind. As for Zhang Jiazhen, he didn't have a chance. He was no longer the prime minister, who told his family to be in trouble. He was sent outside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't protect everyone. There were many things that they didn't know, and sometimes, even if they knew, they couldn't change it. For example, Zhang Shua insisted on making Feng Chan his own people. At this time, other than the palace maids and eunuchs, there were only Li Longji, Gao Lisher, Zhang Shua, and Zhang Jiuling in Xingqing Palace. Sitting in a chair, Li Longji held a teacup in one hand and held the lid of the cup with the other. He drank tea, the hot steam covering his face. Zhang Shua and Zhang Jiuling didn't know why the emperor wanted them, but they also drank tea. In their hearts, they kept thinking about today's morning court session. Was there something that hadn't been arranged yet? That's too outrageous. If Li Shi hadn't brought the tea that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave you yesterday, wouldn't we only be drinking their inferior tea? Li Longji drank 3 bowls in a row and felt full. Only then did he stop to talk. Your Majesty is right. This subject will definitely have Xiaobao send more good tea. But if it's during a bad year? Gao Lisher responded. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was very clear. Li Longji wasn't an idiot. Recently, he gradually realized that the things he used weren't of high quality if they were related to the year. I know. It's because they are afraid that when I eat and drink well, they won't be able to produce the same thing every year. So be it, they will bring me the best every year. For example, this tea. If they can't produce it this year, I won't force them to produce the same quality. What do you think, Official Zhang? Li Longji was a reasonable person. When he was talking to Gao Lisher, he suddenly asked about Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua was still waiting for the emperor to say something. He thought it was something big, but after waiting for so long and drinking a cup of tea, the emperor only talked about the tribute. Was there a need to look for the prime minister for such a thing? Since the emperor had asked, he couldn't not answer. Your Majesty, I think it should be so. The Zhang family and the Wang family don't have it easy. Zhang Shua really wanted to belittle the Zhang family and the Wang family at this time, but he took back his words. He knew that he had some conflicts with the Zhang family and the Wang family. If he suddenly added insult to injury now, not only would it be useless, but it would also make the emperor look down on him. Zhang Jiuling couldn't listen to this anymore. It was just a small matter. If he thought that the tea from the Zhang family and the Wang family was good, he could just ask for it from them. Why did he have to look for him? There was still work to be done in the department. So Zhang Jiuling said, "Your Majesty, if it's just this subject also agrees. Does Your Majesty have any other government affairs for this subject to do?" Hearing that Zhang Jiuling was unhappy, Li Longji wasn't angry. Indeed, it was just the end of the new year. There was a lot of work to be done in each department. "Yes, we still have something to discuss with the two of you." The Secretary of Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao, and the Deputy County Magistrate Wang Wan haven't been assigned a place to go this year. "You two, tell me, where should they be assigned?" Zhang Shua and Zhang Jiuling understood. It was indeed a problem. Logically speaking, there had never been such a young person who was an official in this dynasty. Other than the Wang Ye who had an empty title under different circumstances, there had never been a child who had an actual position. There had been such cases in history. Zhang Jiuling felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were capable enough, so he suggested, "Why don't we assign them to a place closer to the capital? Transfer them to Wanyan County to be the county magistrate." "No." Gao Lishur stopped Zhang Jiuling. "Wanyan County is one of the counties in Jiangxi province. It's already not bad. If we transfer Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan here, it's just adding a few flowers to the brocade. The loss outweighs the gain. It's better to directly transfer them to the capital and put them in the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of War." Li Longji also thought the same. If they really sent the two of them to the capital, it would be a waste of talent. When Secretary Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy County Magistrate Wang Wan met me a few days ago, they mentioned a few places. One was Fengzhou, and the other was Jiannan Province. "Your Majesty, we can't put them in those two places. If we put them in those two places, then they'll be too far away from home." Zhang Shua became nervous. He was afraid that the emperor would really put Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in a certain place. Wouldn't that be inviting a tiger into the forest? Any place where their family's important property was absolutely not allowed. Li Longji glared at him. "I haven't finished yet. It's not easy to meet them by chance. Naturally, I can't just say two places. There are two more places. One is Xiaizhou, and the other is Dengzhou." I also mentioned the Anong military governor's mansion. The two of them didn't directly refuse and only said that they wanted a place near the sea. Only then did Zhang Shua feel relieved. As for what the emperor said about meeting by chance, was he trying to scare fools? Two small officials could meet the emperor by chance. There were only 4 people in total. Why did he say that? The number of coincidences was too many. Zhang Shua quickly drove the emperor's insincere complaints out of his mind. He began to consider the places. Fengzhou and Jiannan province were definitely out of the question. Xiaizhou was also out of the question. Liu was there, and there was also the investment of the Zhang family and the Wang family, as well as Li Sun. The only place left was Dengzhou, which was at the easternmost part of Hunan province. "Your Majesty, Dengzhou is the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan plan to go. They bought a lot of land there, and all the land produces a type of stone. Now, a lot of it has already been sent to the capital. They're getting people to build a bathhouse, and they want to open a chain store. Why don't we let the two of them go to Dengzhou? It'll be more convenient for them to manage the surrounding area." Zhang Shua thought of such an important matter. He also knew that the emperor actually didn't care about where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going. What he was worried about was that he couldn't immediately fulfill their wishes. It was as if he was competing with them like a child. "Is that so?" "Okay, we understand. Is there a place near Dengzhou in the Anong Protectorate?" "It's not easy to arrange in Dengzhou, so we'll send them to the Anong Protectorate." Li Longji attached great importance to this information. He felt that he had won a big battle. It wasn't easy. After being schemed against by the Zhang family and the Wang family, he had finally gotten back at them. Gao Lishur's expression was very interesting. He felt helpless and emotional. He could understand Li Longji. Although it was a little beneath his dignity to fight with 2 children, it was fine to fight. He believed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't care as long as they raised the grade of the stones. Zhang Shua felt that he had found an opportunity. He carefully thought about the situation in the Anong Protectorate and said, "Your Majesty, there's a good jelly province over there. It's very close to Dengzhou. As long as we take a boat, it won't take long to get there. Moreover, That place is in need of development. Zhang Jiuling, who was at the side, felt that Zhang Shuo was being too unreasonable. That place was indeed close to Dengzhou, but even though it was a province, it couldn't be any smaller. It didn't have a population. There seemed to be 2 small cities, a puzi, and a town there. If they continued to search, it would probably be a village with only a few families. Gao Lisher also knew about such a small province. He didn't want to send his godson there. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, that place is lacking in population." Li Longji was really hesitant. How could he develop without population? Although he had schemed against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo once, he couldn't harm them. "Your Majesty, who doesn't know about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's capabilities? There's no need to worry about a small population. I believe that as long as they go to a place, they will definitely develop it well and increase the population." Zhang Shuo was afraid that the emperor would change his mind, so he praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a little. Li Longji didn't immediately speak. Wei Wei closed her eyes and thought for a while. Finally she made up her mind. "That's fine. We will let the 2 of them manage the entire province. One will be the provincial governor, and the other will be the military registrar. If they really can't develop, we will find another place for them." Chapter 767. With Wei Wei and Chun Han, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team set off. They did not take the land route as it was not a place where humans could walk. They headed northeast, and it would take at least 3 months to reach their destination. Little Bei and the others followed them. They could see the sea this time. They had no impression of the sea. Even if they were born in Luzhou, it was impossible for them to stand at the seaside and watch it for a few months. Old Man Pai and the other 2 did not follow them this time. They could not afford the hassle. More importantly, they knew that Jili province had a small population. Naturally, there were few farmers there. It was likely that it would be difficult to even eat there. The fleet took the Chao Canal, entered the Wei River, crossed the Yellow River, and rushed out from Bohai Bay. "This is the sea? Why don't I remember?" Little Bei stood on the deck at the bow and looked at the vast sea. "I was still young then. I'm not like now." Little Yuan found the reason. "You're not old now. It's convenient to eat seafood now." Little Bei liked to eat seafood. Usually, he ate it by ship, and the cost was higher. "I don't eat sea fish. It's fishy." Little Yuan wanted to poke his head out to see where the ship was in contact with the water, but the guards held him back mercilessly. Little Bei was much more stable. He allowed the sea breeze to blow his hair and said, "River fish is fishy. It's earthy. Sea fish is fishy. River fish is fishy." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not in the mood to look at the sea. The 2 of them had achieved their goal and were finally arranged to go to Dalian. However, Dalian was not called Dalian at this time, and it was not as prosperous as it would be in the future. The road was difficult, and it was even worse than Sichuan. The only road that could be considered better was the road that the army used to destroy Korea. However, that had nothing to do with Jili province. No one would send troops from Jili province. Xiaobao, since the population statistics over there are incomplete, take a look. There are only 400 households recorded in the booklet in one prefecture, with a population of more than 1,100 people. No matter how small the population is, it can't be this small. Wang Wan laid out the information that needed to be used there. She pointed at a piece of data and complained to Zhang Xiaobao. "It's already not easy to do this. Let alone here, even when we took it, who could say that we could control the entire population?" Zhang Xiaobao made a gesture on a map. If Dalian wanted to develop, it was impossible to build a good road. If they could not afford to build a good road, then they could only go by sea. They needed to find a suitable place to build a pier. Wang Wan put away the information that she had not read. "That's true. We'll talk about it when the time comes. The problem of population is really troublesome. How do we transport people from other places? It's probably difficult to transport people from other places, but if we transport people from Shandong, there aren't many people in Shandong's Danzhou. With so many pieces of land there, who would be willing to come?" Later on, there was a large population in the northeast. In fact, most of them were immigrants from Shandong. But it's different now. There are many people south of the Yellow River, but they don't want to come. Zhang Xiaobao did not have any good ideas about population. There were many slaves in Tubo, but they could not be transported here. They could become an army if they wanted to, but in Geely, they would be ordinary people. Moreover, when they left, they would be handed over to the next person. Wang Wan agreed. Indeed. The people in the south can grow crops twice a year. In the places further south, they can grow crops 3 times a year. Who would want to come to the northeast, where crops only grow once a year? There are not many people here, but there are many resources here. It's just that they haven't been developed yet. Before the reform and opening up, the northeast heavy industry supported more than half of the country's industrial system. Yes, especially Daxing City, which is not too far away from Geely. It's also Dandong. The manufacturing of cars there is better, and it provides support to the front line. But now it's not good. Zhang Xiaobao recalled as well. Then he said, the main problem now is how to develop Dalian's specialties and how to sell them. I don't think it's a tourist spot. People would rather go to Luzhou than come here. We can't find so many service staff. Let's build one ourselves and enjoy ourselves. Then, let's call it Heavenly Earth. Wang Wan came up with a name. No, what kind of place is that? It's not good, Zhang Xiaobao objected. Why is it not good? Even Little White said that we'll meet in Heavenly Earth. There's also the unlucky emperor, the one who wrote very well. It corresponds to in the dream, I don't know where I am, I'm a guest, I'm greedy for pleasure. Let's call it Heavenly Earth. Wang Wan did not want to reject a good name just because something happened when someone else used it. Then, let's call it Heavenly Earth. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how Heavenly Earth came to be. When he saw Wang Wan insisting, he agreed. Then he said, did you see Little Li's expression when he arranged the officials for us? It was as if Xiao Bei and the others had taken advantage of him. Sigh. The emperor made him take the position. Yes, I saw it. He thought that he had finally schemed against us this time. Actually, I feel sorry for him. Didn't we just cheat him of a good ranch? Did he have to miss it so much? Wang Wan covered her mouth and laughed. The fleet continued to move forward. When they were about to reach their destination, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out new clothes for their younger siblings. They wore thicker clothes than when they were in the capital. It was cold here, and the spring breeze penetrated their bones. A few days later, when they were about to reach the shore, trouble came. Although they could build a very good harbor here, there was no ready-made one now. Zhang Xiaobao began to look for the deep water bay according to his memory. The fleet that came out was a sea boat. The shallow bay could not reach the shore. The ships also carried a lot of materials that had to be transported up. Zhang Xiaobao did not want his younger siblings to live in shacks like the locals. At this time, there were also several fishing boats that were floating on the sea. They stopped what they were doing and shaded their eyes with their hands. They had never seen such a large fleet. Even if there were cargo ships occasionally passing by, or warships before, it could not compare to the scene they saw today. They saw more than 10 mountain-like boats with wheels on both sides. The sails on the boats were like a forest. They formed a diagonal line and approached them. It looked very impressive. Father, where did these boats come from? A young man in his 20s on a small fishing boat was frightened. He asked the person standing at the stern who was about to cast the net in his hand but stopped there. Don't be afraid. A boat from the Great Tang. It must be the Great Tang. The person who was asked was also faintly worried. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fleet did not fly the flag of the Great Tang. They only had the flag of the rice seedlings. The communications here were not as good as those around the capital, so the local people did not know which side those messy flags represented. Send a small boat to check where we can reach the shore. Lower the anchor and lower the sails. When Zhang Xiaobao, who was on the boat, saw that they could not continue forward, he gave an order. Immediately, someone began to lower the boat. The boat's anchor was also lowered into the water, and the sails fell one by one, leaving only the mast standing there. Xiao Bei hurriedly ran back to the cabin. After a while, he ran back to the deck with a pair of binoculars in his hand. He looked at the fishing boat. Send people over to comfort the people. Remember to speak properly. This place is not like the places around the capital, nor is it on the 2 sides of the Yangtze River. Perhaps the people still don't know who we are. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they had already understood the situation here. The people here were not the original Great Tang people. It was very mixed. There were people from Xinlua and people from Khitans. They might not be as obedient as they were in other places. They might listen on the surface but secretly cause trouble. Wang Wan stood beside Zhang Xiaobao. She was also using binoculars to look at the fishermen fishing there. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What can you see from their eyes?" "What? I can't see it. I only see curiosity and a little worry. I don't see any hostility towards us." Zhang Xiaobao understood the meaning of Wang Wan's question. She just wanted to see the other party's attitude. Wang Wan looked carefully again and said, "They are curious now because they don't know who we are. They are worried because they are afraid that we will beat them. We have a lot of boats, but once they find out that we are their local officials, they might not be so. Will they fight or not? How can it be as scary as you say? They didn't rebel when the previous emperor was here. Do you think they will rebel now? There is one advantage to this place, and that is that we don't have to pay any tax to the imperial court. We don't even have to pay tribute." Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to use force to solve the problem as soon as he came. Force was only a guarantee. People still needed to communicate with each other. When there was force to support it, communication was convenient. "Brother, Uncle Emperor really said that we don't need to pay taxes. When we came, he didn't mention this." Xiao Hai, who was standing to the side, raised his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao finally reacted. He slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, he didn't mention this. Normally, we don't need to pay taxes. Even if we do, it will only be given to the various commander-in-chief's manors here. The amount is very small, and no one will force it. If he insists on waiting for us to develop and send things to the imperial court, it will be troublesome. I think I have to think about it. I think this is Li Longji's plan. He wants to use us as the tip of the knife to break through. No wonder he told us to bring more people. It turns out that he was afraid that someone would do something bad to us." Wang Wan also understood. She sighed and said, "Li Longji is not stupid. He has a good plan. Good. This is Li Longji. He didn't let me down." Zhang Xiaobao was also stunned and thought about it. After a while he said, "How many people are coming this time?" 2 teams of 600 people to protect the seedlings. No, that's not enough. I think Li Longji is waiting for us to stabilize before he wants us to think of a way to build a transportation route from here to the capital. That must be it. He probably wants us to help build a good road to facilitate the transportation of troops. How can that be? Immediately send a letter to Xueqi County and Huayuan County. Temporarily transfer 500 good bailiffs and send them here. They can replenish their troops themselves. Zhang Xiaobao thought about the international situation and finally realized that there were many things to do this time. It seemed that not only did they have to govern the place well, they also had to engage in a secret battle with those who were ready to make trouble. Transfer Zhang Ying and Zhang Hu over as well. We need them here. Wang Wan added. The pigeons carrying the letter flew towards Xueqi County with great effort. They wanted to send the order there as soon as possible. Looking for suitable places to dock, the boats dispersed. Another boat carried a servant girl from the inner courtyard and asked someone to send her to the fishermen. It was easier to send a girl. The fishermen were very vigilant when they saw the approaching boat. When they saw the fairy-like girl on the boat, Wei Wei was relieved. "Uncle, brother, is this the location of Jili province?" the servant girl asked. As soon as she spoke, the young man immediately felt embarrassed. He didn't know where to put his hands. He grabbed his trousers hard and just nodded without saying anything. Seeing his son like this, the old man immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't see such a beautiful girl here. At this time, his son was shy and had to say it himself. He replied, "It is Jili province. Where are you from?" "The capital. I came here with my young master and young lady to take office. My young master and young lady will be officials in Jili province in the future. Uncle, you have to support them," the servant girl said with a smile. The fishermen next to them also heard it, but they didn't understand what it had to do with them being officials. Whoever wanted to be officials could be officials. How could they support them? Did they want them to send things to them? The servant girl was also afraid that others would misunderstand, so she immediately said, "When the time comes, don't oppose. Help us do it together. Do we work for free? A fisherman didn't care whether the servant girl was beautiful or not. The more beautiful a woman was, the more he couldn't get close to her. Why did he care about that? Of course, it's not for free. Who would let people work for free? I wonder if this big brother can tell me how much money you earn from fishing in a day? The servant girl wanted to know the income of the fishermen here. The fishermen on the boats didn't understand. How could they earn money? The fish they caught were exchanged for things. If they couldn't exchange for something, they would eat it themselves. The old man said to the servant girl, "How can there be money? Fishing can't make money. Sometimes no one is willing to exchange for some rice and noodles." The servant girl understood immediately. The population here was small, so they couldn't eat so much fish. Moreover, there weren't many seasonings when eating fish, so naturally no one was willing to eat it. Therefore, she began to make promises to the fishermen. "Everyone, don't worry. As long as my young master and young lady take office, even if they are fishing, they can make money. With spare money at home they can do other things." When the fishermen heard the servant girl's words, they didn't react strongly. In fact, they didn't feel anything because they didn't believe that fishing could make money. They were satisfied as long as they could eat. In order to prove that what she said was credible, the servant girl took out a string of copper coins from her sleeve and said to the fisherman, "It just so happens that my young master and young lady want to eat fish. Why don't you sell the fish to me? 1 copper coin for 2 caddies of fish. I'll buy as much as you have today. This is the deposit." As she spoke, the servant girl threw the string of copper coins at the feet of the very shy young man just now. It made a slight noise when it touched the wooden board. The fisherman's eyes lit up. That was a real copper coin to buy fish. "You really want to buy fish? 1 copper coin for 2 caddies? Won't you regret it?" The fisherman just now confirmed in disbelief. "Of course we'll buy it. We've already given the money, so how can we regret it? Everyone, go ahead and I'll send someone to pick it up later. My young master and young lady have always been good to the people. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." The Zhang family of Xueqi County. The servant girl said affirmatively and mentioned Xueqi County again. However, the fishermen were at a loss. They had never heard of Xueqi County, and they also didn't know who the Zhang family was. The fishermen didn't know, so they didn't think too much about it. The most important thing now was that the fish could be sold for money. This was really not easy. All of them promised that they would fish more. Only then did they watch the servant girl leave on the boat. When the servant girl's boat was far away, the fishermen watched the shy young man pick up the copper coins. They felt like they were in a dream. Suddenly, many big boats came, and then a ferry came down. Then, the ferry wanted to buy fish with Kaiyuan Tong Bao. What was going on today? "Father, the money." The young man didn't dare to take the money himself and handed it to his father. The old man took the money and said to the other envious people, "Leave the money with me first. Go fishing. We'll calculate it after you're done. This is only the deposit. There's still the big part." When the others heard the old man's words, they began to disperse and went to their respective positions to fish with all their might, hoping to catch more. This was money. It was difficult to exchange fish for things, but it wasn't difficult to buy with money. Rich people were stupid. After fishing for a while, the people on one of the boats seemed to be lucky. They cast a few nets in succession, and a lot of fish came up with each net. In the past, it was rare for this to happen. After fishing happily, the people on the boat moved to the old man's side and said to him, "Third master, do you think they're really here to be officials? That servant girl is so beautiful. I wonder how the young lady inside is like. Go catch your fish. Are you still thinking about other people? Even if you have 100 heads, it won't be enough to chop them off." Whether it's true or not, we'll know when they come over. The old man didn't fish much, so he impatiently waved his hand to chase them away. The people who were chased away laughed. As they moved slowly to the side, they said, "Third master, they're here. What about the original officials? The original officials always come here to collect things. If we don't give them to them, they will rob others. I heard that Lord Li's family is very rich. Wangguan's." This person probably didn't know how much the boats in front of him were worth, and he didn't know how much money the people on the boats had. A wangguan was already a lot for him. The old man stared at him. Where are the Wangguans? How can you get a Wangguan by robbing those things? What else can we do? The new ones are here. The original ones will go down. Hurry up, or I'll go to your side to fish. I'll leave this side to you. No, no, no. I'll go back now. I'm just worried that the new ones will rob more ruthlessly than the original ones. The original ones only had 100 people. Look at the new ones. They have a group of big boats. They can't beat them. But they're also stupid. They actually used cash to buy fish. The person said. He was afraid that his position would really be snatched away, so he didn't say anything else. He sailed the boat back, humming an unpleasant song. He seemed very happy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also released more small boats to go into the sea to catch fish. Unlike the fishermen here, who cast nets one by one, they used 2 boats to pull the nets together. The nets they used were a mixture of cotton and linen, which was stronger than normal fishing nets. They were not afraid that the nets would be broken when they were pulled by bigger fish. Even if the nets were broken, they could still drag the nets to catch fish. 2 boats were in a group. After dragging for a while, they poured the net of fish onto the boats. Immediately, people began to clean up. Very quickly, the people with nimble hands removed the internal organs with a knife. The iron thorns were removed with a few brushes and the scales were removed. Some of the fish were still moving when they were thrown into a bucket at the side. They could obviously fish by themselves, but they insisted on spending a lot of money to buy our fish. This is to tell us that they are true to their words. In this way, they won't lie to us and will come back to buy the fish. The father thought more and could not think further, but he judged that today's fish could be sold for money. The young man pondered for a while and finally figured out something. He said, "Dad, do they want to let us know that they are true to their words today and then wait for a while to let us work so that we can believe them?" "Yes, I guess the weather is changing. I hope there won't be a war." The father was indeed different from ordinary fishermen. He immediately thought of this situation. The other fishermen were also puzzled. Why did the other side buy from them when they could obviously catch more fish? 6 or 7 copper coins could buy a bucket of brown rice, but if they wanted to exchange fish for a bucket, even if it was a bucket of 50 or 60 caddies of fish, the other side would not trade. What was the meaning of this? Perhaps the words of the young man's father had an effect. The weather suddenly changed. The sunny sky suddenly became gloomy near noon. Then the wind and clouds rose, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. People who often went fishing would look at the weather. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would not be able to return. But there were always times when they misjudged. When they came out today, they thought that it would be sunny all day, but in the face of the sudden dark clouds, they were all caught unprepared. When the wind brought the waves down, they no longer cared about fishing. They all steered the boat to the shore. But the storm came so quickly. Before they could start to go back, bean-sized raindrops fell densely. Lightning flashed across the sky from time to time. "Wah! It's raining, put away the clothes." Xiao Bei shouted and jumped excitedly on the deck. He had no intention of going into the cabin to take shelter from the rain. Xiao Yuan also stood proudly at the side and said, "A bamboo staff and straw shoes are lighter than a horse. Who's afraid? A coat of misty rain is enough to make life miserable. Ah, let the storm come more violently. All of you come here. You really think you're the sea swallows?" Zhang Xiaobao arranged for people to lower the mast as he shouted at his younger siblings. The little guys could only give up the opportunity to fight against the wind and waves. They turned around and ran into the cabin. They changed out of their clothes that had just been soaked by the rain and crawled into bed to enjoy the warmth. Zhang Xiaobao continued to stand on the deck and watch as the mast of his boat was cut down piece by piece. Every time a piece fell, the people who climbed up would move down a little bit. If Old Man Pai and the other 2 knew about this, they would definitely regret not following them. If they wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family doing high-tech work, they had to follow Xiao Bei and the others. The mast of an ordinary boat was made of wood. This time, the mast of the fleet was made of steel pipes. When it was made to be seamless. But in the end, it wasn't as seamless as a gun-barreled car. However, it was enough to support the sail. Piece by piece, the hoops were taken down in the current weather to reduce the surface area affected by the wind and prevent the boat from capsizing. The big boat was firmly anchored in the coastal waters. The small boats were finished. The people on the small boats that were sent out to explore put on life jackets and vigorously rocked the boat, wanting to get closer to the big boat. When a wave hit, they were either pushed far away or capsized. Only the fishing boats nearby returned to the big boat. The fishermen were at a loss. Every day when they went out to sea to fish, they left with the courage not to return. But everyone hoped to live. After all, the changes in the weather couldn't be completely controlled by people, unless they were very experienced old people. But even such old people could only feel that today wasn't a good day. Sometimes they would make wrong estimates. So many young people believed the old people when they heard that they wouldn't go out to sea today, even if there was a storm. After seeing that it was a sunny day, they believed the old people's words. There were also people who clearly felt that the weather wasn't good and had no choice but to come out to make a living. For the fishermen at sea today, this was a coincidence. The old people in the village didn't tell them what the weather would be like today. They just reminded them to be careful as usual. All the fishermen knew how to swim, but they didn't have life jackets. They also didn't have the rattan armor that people wore during the Three Kingdoms period that could shoot knives and arrows and be used as boats. That bit of swimming was too insignificant in the face of a storm. The small boats sent out by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan capsized, but the people on them could still float on the sea. The local fishermen could only rely on their own abilities to find a way to survive. If the boat capsized, the fish were gone. Similarly, they couldn't control their lives. Save the people. Leave it to me to Team Zero. Just as Zhang Xiaobao watched the people dismantle the mast, he saw the fishing boats capsize one after another. After a while, they came out wearing diving suits made of shark skin and holding life jackets in their hands. This time, there were 25 people in Team Zero. They were already prepared when the storm came. After Zhang Xiaobao gave them the instructions, they came out in the same attire as Zhang Xiaobao. Pulling the water mirror, Zhang Xiaobao shouted, "Go into the water," and jumped into the water headfirst. The life jackets were thrown aside when Zhang Xiaobao was about to enter the water. With a splash, it did not take long for Zhang Xiaobao's head to emerge from the water. He swung his flippers and grabbed the life jackets that were not far away. He put them on and swam toward the fishermen. Wang Wan stood on the deck, holding the last section of the mast that could not be dismantled with one hand and looking at the water with the other with the binoculars. She was not worried that anything would happen to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a good swimmer, and he was wearing a life jacket. Moreover, they were near the sea, and the boats were still there. She was only worried about whether all the fishermen who had fallen into the water could be saved. This storm that came without warning was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. If it was done well, it could reduce the distance between them and the local people. If one person was missing, it would definitely cause pain to the family. As for the inaccuracy of her experience, Wang Wan did not complain. When she encountered a typhoon in Luzhou, she also hid first and then found out that the typhoon had changed direction. Experience was important, but it was not omnipotent. Not to mention experience, even with satellite positioning and navigation, there were still ships that sank in the storm. That measurement was accurate enough. The air pressure and the flow of clouds were all monitored, but it could not prevent all disasters. In the sea, Zhang Xiaobao swam with all his might. This was the first time he went into the water to save someone. The most annoying thing was the waves. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it was nighttime, there was basically no need to think about saving people. A wave crashed down. Zhang Xiaobao's body spun as he held his breath and bobbed up and down in the water. As soon as the feeling on his face changed, he shook his head and continued to swim toward the target. The members of Team Zero also adjusted their breathing and physical strength as they gradually approached the fishermen. Fortunately, the fishermen were quite capable. During this period of time, 16 of them kept popping their heads out of the water from time to time. Moreover, they were very smart to take off their only pants before they fell into the water. The waves crashed, but none of the 16 people shouted to the others. This was a contest of physical strength, lung capacity, and the storm. After being smashed into the sea by the waves, they had to swim upstream with all their strength. They could not exhale. They could only take a breath when their heads popped out of the water, and they had to hold it immediately. The most terrifying thing was the undercurrents in the water. After being smashed into the water by the waves, A small undercurrent could offset the reaction force of the four limbs when swimming. Zhang Xiaobao jumped into the water first, and he was also the first to swim to the person closest to him. He did not pull the other person but just followed beside him. Then, he threw an extra life vest in front of the person. This person was not stupid. He reached out and hugged the life vest in his arms. Then, after enduring a wave, he turned around and put on the life vest as soon as he popped out of the water. After that, he shouted with all his might, "Save them!" Zhang Xiaobao also took advantage of the time to shout. Then, he swam to the next person. Soon, he and the person who was saved first grabbed the arms of another person. The person who was grabbed reacted quickly. His upper body immediately relaxed, and his legs kicked. He followed Zhang Xiaobao and the other villagers and swam to the big boat. After an hour, the rain became heavier. Spring thunder had sounded countless times, and there were no longer any intact boats on the sea. The 16 people who were saved sat in the largest cabin, rocking back and forth with the waves. They had a lingering fear. The 16 fishermen were all rescued. 15 of them were in good condition. Only one of them had some internal injuries and vomited blood. He vomited after boarding the boat. Xiaobao looked at him and felt that he was fine. It was not lung bleeding, but bronchiectasis. He just needed to take some medicine and recuperate for a while. The 15 people who were intact were each given a bowl of warm rice wine, and the injured people could only drink some water. Zhang Xiaobao changed into a new set of clothes and started cooking the porridge. The 16 of them also put on the guard's uniform. No one cared about whether it fit them or not. All of them were thinking about what happened just now. Xiao Bei and the others did not sleep. They gathered in their cartoon pajamas. They wanted to hear what it was like to fight the storm in the water. "Big brother, is it different from swimming in the waves? I can usually eat while swimming in the water." Xiao Bei was wearing a hat with long ears, white cotton pajamas, and slippers with 2 rabbit eyes. He moved his legs to the side of the shy young man and asked humbly. It was always hard to refuse such a cute child. The shy young man wanted to hug the little guy and kiss him. The young man looked at Xiao Bei and revealed a rare smile. He said, "It's different. Usually, when the waves are calm, I dare to jump into the water to catch fish. When there is a heavy rain, it is good as long as I can stay alive. The waves come one after another. Sometimes, when they hit, I can't swim even if I want to. It's over if I can't hold it." "Oh, thank you, big brother. That's very scary." Xiao Bei has decided not to be a sea swallow. It's very sad to be in the water and not be able to come up to breathe. "Big brother, how long can you last in the water?" Xiao Bei believed the young man's words and dismissed the idea of jumping into the sea. He turned his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and replied, "If it's just this kind of wind and waves, I can last for 2 hours. I'm just afraid of encountering sharks. Also, the water is too cold now. If I stay in the water for a long time, I will lose my strength. If I fall into the water now, I can last for half an hour at most." Zhang Xiaobao's swimming was almost instinctive. However, he could not withstand the current environment. This was not like Lu Zhou. The temperature of the sea there was high. He did not have to worry about cramps, and his body heat loss was less. The temperature of the sea now was 7 to 8 degrees above zero. With the waves and rain, it was not easy to last for half an hour. When the fishermen heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, their first thought was that Zhang Xiaobao was showing off. Even they, as fishermen, could not last for that long. How could a child speak so arrogantly? Only the 2 people who were saved by Zhang Xiaobao believed in Zhang Xiaobao's ability. This was because in the end, when the first person to be saved realized that the second person to be saved could not hold on any longer, Zhang Xiaobao took off his life vest and gave it to the second person. However, he was not affected by the waves at all. No one knew how he moved, but he was able to swim through the waves. Usually, one would be smashed into the water by the waves. However, the first person to be saved saw Zhang Xiaobao swimming with the waves before he immediately swam out of the waves. Although each time he swam through the waves, he was still able to swim to the bottom of the boat. At this time, the shy young man's father said, "May I ask if there is anyone on the boat who is going to be an official in the province? I am the village chief of this coastal village. Let me thank you in person. My surname is Li. Even if the people here did not like the official sent by the Tang Empire, They had no choice but to acknowledge their status in the face of a life-saving grace. She snorted and said, "Humph! Your Majesty, I wonder who told you to send Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to Jili province? It is very dangerous there, but it is next to the Khitans. Do you want Cuckoo to kill again?" These words were actually directed at Zhang Shuo. Although the Khitans were temporarily obedient and submitted to the Tang Empire, everyone knew what was going on there. If they were not careful, it was easy to start an army. Lu Jiro was no longer an official, and he was almost finished. In the end, before he was finished, he was sent to De Medical College. His illness, which was considered a serious illness by other people, was considered a minor illness by the medical college, was stabilized, and thus his life was spared. Therefore, he felt that he owed the Zhang family and Wang family a big favor. If he did not help them, wouldn't he be ungrateful? When Li Longji was asked by Lu Jiro, he felt a little embarrassed by Wei Wei. However, when he thought that he sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan there, he could not say anything. He could only sigh and say, "Will Xiaobao and Cuckoo be in danger?" At this time, he did not mention the registrar Zhang Xiaobao and the deputy county magistrate Wang Wan. Everyone present knew what was going on. Those two people were very special and could not be judged by their official positions. Just when Li Longji was in a dilemma and regretting, a little eunuch rushed in and reported, "Your Majesty, just now there was news from Sanshui County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent a message by flying pigeon when they were on the sea of Jili province. They urgently transferred 500 yeoman runners from Sanshui County and Huayuan County to Jili province. In addition, the capital also received a message from Lu Zhou. They suddenly dispatched 6 ships. They are big ships called gunboats. They are flying the flag of gunboats." Chapter 769. Li Longji and the others did not know what a gunship was. He was not the only one. Even Old Man Pai only knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family had better weapons, but he had never seen one before. Although the officials sent to Luzhou were nominally in charge of the entire Luzhou, in reality, there were many places that they were not allowed to interact with. Very few people in Luzhou knew about the existence of the gunship, and the people from the Chamber of Commerce had sealed their mouths. In any case, many people who were well informed knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family had something good. As for what it was and to what extent, they did not know. Now that they heard that there was a gunship, and it seemed like it had been deployed earlier than expected. Otherwise, Luzhou would not have received the news at the same time as Sanshui County. All of them looked at Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Yao looked at Old Man Pai. When he met the Zhang family and the Wang family, he was already in Xuzhou. He had never stayed in Luzhou. When Old Man Pai saw the people looking at him, he felt a lot of pressure. He was also thinking hard about how a gunship would look like. After going through his thoughts in his mind, he said, "A gunship, as the name suggests, is a ship equipped with cannons. The military fleet of the Zhang family and the Wang family is called a fleet. As for the cannons, they used something that can only be used once in Tubo. It's called a shoulder-mounted rocket cannon. In that case, a gunship would have a lot of people with rocket cannons on it, right?" Zhang Shua guessed based on Old Man Pai's words. "I don't think so. Maybe it's more powerful. Who knows?" When I was there, the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't mention anything about the gunship. Why don't we send someone to Jili province to take a look? We'll know when we see the real thing. Old Man Pai felt that his intelligence work was too bad. He looked at the people around him and suggested a solution. Needless to say, everyone had the same idea. But the problem was, why didn't the Zhang family and Wang family know beforehand that they had suddenly come up with something so powerful? Zhang Shua felt that the opportunity had come again, so he said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks we should send someone to Luzhou to check all the places that the Zhang family and the Wang family are not allowed to be seen by the local officials. If the Zhang family and the Wang family object, then it means that they have bad intentions." Li Longji also felt uncomfortable in his heart. Uncontrollable matters were always hard to accept. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly thought of something and glanced at Zhang Shua. "Minister Zhang is right. We should send someone to take a look. Which division should we send someone from?" "Your Majesty, I think it's better to send someone directly from the Secretariat. After all, It's easy for people from the various departments to shirk responsibility from each other. I'm afraid that the Zhang family and Wang family will retaliate, but I'm not afraid. Zhang Shuo was ready to take control of the power in his own hands, so he suggested that he would be the one to send someone. Li Longji nodded. While Zhang Shuo was feeling happy, he said, "In that case, I'll ask Minister Zhang to personally go there and check the situation. If it were someone else, I wouldn't believe it. If the news was leaked and the other countries got hold of it, our great Tang can't afford to lose. When will Minister Zhang leave?" When Zhang Shuo heard that the emperor wanted him to go, he was stunned. If he didn't go, wouldn't he be lying to the emperor? If he went, who would be in charge of the secretariat? That was Luzhou, and this was the capital. Wouldn't it take half a year to go and return? How many things could happen in half a year? Moreover, after he went there, he would have to check every place carefully and ask clearly. If he went back and forth, he might even miss the Fengchan ceremony. That wouldn't do. This subject thinks that your majesty is right. Yuan Rong agreed from the side. He had contributed a lot and had done a good job in settling the fugitives. He also wanted to find an opportunity to improve his position. However, with Zhang Shuo leading a group of people, it was difficult for him to be promoted. If he could send Zhang Shuo away, that would be great. Zhang Shuo was afraid. He was afraid that the emperor would send him to Luzhou. Although it was many times better than the other places in Lingnan Circuit, it was far away from the capital after all. When he thought of this, he could only brace himself and say, "Your Majesty, this subject still has many things to do in the Secretariat. I really can't leave. How about this? Let the Zhang family and the Wang family talk about it themselves. It's best if we wait for the gunships to come and send one to the capital so that your Majesty can see it with your own eyes." "In that case, I'll leave this matter to you, Minister Zhang," Li Longji said casually, no longer forcing Zhang Shuo to go to Luzhou. Then he put the matter aside. At first, Zhang Shuo was overjoyed. Now, not only did he not have to go to Luzhou, but he could also take some initiative. However, this thought had just appeared in his mind when it turned into worry. What if the Zhang family and the Wang family did not cooperate? No, this matter had to be considered at length. Zhang Shuo suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he lowered his head and began to think. They continued to eat, but the comfort they felt earlier was gone and was replaced by a sense of melancholy. After a hurried meal, Li Longji waited for his subjects to leave. Then he said to Gao Lishir, who was beside him, "Xiao Bao and Xueqi have revealed their new weapons. What do you think?" "Your Majesty, this subject feels that Xiao Bao and Xueqi are scheming something big. Perhaps they saw the situation over there and want to change it. Since they're using it, it's natural that they don't intend to hide it. Your Majesty, you can send someone over there to see how powerful the gunships are. If they're really stronger than the current navy of Great Tang, we can be more assured about Xinlua in the next few days." Gao Lishir was also trying hard to imagine what the captain of the gunships looked like. The fleet of the Zhang family and the Wang family was already very powerful, and yet, they still transferred weapons from Luzhou. It could only be stronger than the current ships, not weaker. That was exactly what Li Longji was planning to do. When they were eating earlier, he really wanted to send someone to Luzhou to investigate the matter. However, he suddenly thought of a problem. If he really investigated the matter thoroughly, which division should he belong to? Would the people in the division be able to keep the matter a secret? The various countries that came to the Great Tang had left many people behind. Through stealing, bribing, and so on, they had obtained many good technologies from Great Tang. For example, the triangular sail. When the people from Xinlua came over by water, they actually had it. There was also the Japanese ship that appeared in the Four Seas Academy. It was likely that they also had the propellers at the back. It was just that their technology was not good enough and could easily break down. As for the things that were placed in the Zhang family and the Wang family, none of them were leaked. For example, the rocket launcher that could only be used once, the firearms, the grenades, and the hot air balloon in the sky. The Zhang family and the Wang family were better at keeping secrets than the imperial court. When he thought of this, Li Longji gave up on the idea of sending someone over. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had transferred the gunships in advance, they would have told him about it. "In that case, Li Shi, you'll send someone over to take a look. If it's a good war weapon, Xiaobao and Cuckoo might really be able to solve the problem that I've been trying to solve. Li Longji instructed. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, a young eunuch appeared and said to Gao Li, "My lord, we've received 6 pigeons from Jili province." "I'll go right away," Gao Li answered and left. After a while, he came back with 6 bamboo tubes with wax on them. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Xiaobao and Cuckoo sent 6 pigeons in 3 batches, 2 at a time and sealed with wax. They must be very important. Your Majesty, please take a look." As he spoke, Gao Li put the bamboo tubes in front of Li Longji. Li Longji picked them up and examined them carefully before opening them. There were 3 letters inside. To be exact, there were 6 letters, but every 2 letters were the same. When he saw that there was no writing on the paper, he passed it to Gao Li. Gao Li quickly put the paper on the table and took out a small bottle of iodine from the drawer beside him. He dabbed a cotton ball on the paper and saw the writing on the paper. However, he couldn't tell what it was. He rushed to another drawer and took out a book called Selected Works. He started flipping through the pages according to the numbers on the book. After working for a while, he finally made a letter. He put it in front of Li Longji and said, "Your Majesty, this is what Xiaobao and Cuckoo wanted to talk about." Li Longji didn't need to read from the beginning to know what the entire letter was about. When Gao Li was looking at the words, he was watching from the side. It was about the gunship. It was much more specific than what he guessed when he was eating. It said that the gunship was a type of cannon barrel made of copper. It was filled with cannonballs that could be fired very far away. Its power was much greater than that of a siege crossbow. If the cannonballs could hit the enemy's ship, then the enemy's ship would be finished. This was because the cannonballs would explode when they hit the ship. It was much more powerful than fireworks. It also said that the gunship had been made a long time ago. It was just that the technology wasn't mature at that time. They were afraid that if they were besieged by too many ships at sea, it would be easy to lose the technology if they couldn't escape. Now that the cannonballs had been made, it was just the right time to try it out and see if there were any stupid ships that would crash into the gunship. After reading the letter, Li Longji felt much better. He didn't need to send people over himself. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sent a letter to inform him first. "Li, write a reply letter. Tell Xiaobao and Cuckoo that I allow them to do whatever they want over there. Don't forget to inform me when they start fighting, so that I can send reinforcements." Li Longji was happy and asked Gao Li to write a letter. What he meant was that if they really helped him to open up a path to that place, unlike the current situation where they couldn't even control the situation by sending people over, most of the time, they would need to rely on sea transportation. He would support them here. Gao Li nodded and started writing the letter. This letter didn't need to be kept a secret like the letter sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was because there were no pigeons if they were sent over. Unless there were pigeons there, they wouldn't need to worry that the pigeons would get tired of flying and fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives and leak the secret. Moreover, there weren't any secrets in the reply letter. When Gao Li sent someone to send the letter back, Li Longji didn't sleep anymore. He sat there with a tea set and drank kung fu tea. He used the best Maojian tea, which he had exploited after drinking Gao Li's tea last time. When he saw Gao Li return, he waved his hand and had Gao Li fill 2 teacups. He held one up and said, "I didn't expect that when I sent them over. I just wanted them to think of a way to open up the path and deal with the people over there. However, they set up a posture and prepared to take over by force. I expect that there will be chaos over there for a while." Gao Li didn't need Li Longji to signal him again. He picked up the other teacup and replied, "Your Majesty, after the chaos, it will be even more stable. I wonder if the 600 bodyguards brought by Xiaobao and Cuckoo, as well as the 500 bailiffs transferred from Sanshui County and Huayuan County, will be able to defeat them after the chaos. That place isn't very peaceful. Didn't the gunships go over? I'll wait and see." Li Longji drank the tea in one gulp. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't ready for war. The 2 of them had just found a natural deep water port to anchor the ship and were directing people to use small boats to move the goods down. The people near the sea also helped. They were all full. There were more than a dozen ways to cook the fish, including fish skin, fish bones, fish intestines, and fish fins. Many parts of the fish that they had never thought of before were all made into dishes. In addition to the good seasonings, They didn't even eat rice. They only ate the dishes. When they couldn't eat anymore, they drank the fish soup. They waited until their stomachs were full before continuing to eat. After they finished eating, the storm was over. They couldn't find their ship on the sea. When they were about to reach the shore, they saw a few planks. They were probably all broken. While they were distressed, they were also glad that they were able to keep their lives. Now they were helping to send the things on the big ship to the shore in small boats. This was what the new provincial governor and the military registrar wanted to use. Seeing them working hard to send the goods to the shore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed and found Li Xuanzheng. They said to him, "Li Xuanzheng, this time you helped us, but we can't let you do it for free. When the goods are all transported to the state capital, we'll give each of you a fishing boat as your wages." "Really?" Li Xuanzheng asked in disbelief. "Really? After all, we have a lot of goods, and it's difficult to transport them." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Li Xuanzheng wanted to say no, because his life was saved by them. But then he thought about how much time and money it would take to build a new boat. His family couldn't afford it, so he suppressed the words of refusal. He agreed and happily ran to tell the others. When the other villagers heard that they could earn a boat, they worked even harder. The money they earned from the boat was many times more than the wages they earned from transporting goods. Xiaobei was also directing the people to move. Their big house had also come with the ship. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were mainly worried that the state capital here was very dilapidated, and Xiaobei and the others wouldn't be used to living here. When the big house fell from the ship, the villagers of Near Sea Village were once again dumbfounded. They had seen people move everything with them, but they had never seen people move a house. This big house was beautiful, and it had transparent windows. It was much bigger than a small boat, so they didn't know how to move it. When they wanted to figure out how to move the big house to the shore, they blew up an air cushion made of leather. It happened to be under and around the big house, so the big house was placed on the water. It was originally made of wood, so it was very light. With the addition of the air cushion, it floated on the water. Xiaobei and the others went in, pushed open the windows, and waved at the stunned fishermen. The fishermen didn't have much of an impression of the new official. Their biggest impression was that the new official was very rich. How could an ordinary person afford to live in such a house? They moved the things in a daze, and their eyes looked at the big house from time to time. Today, they had broadened their horizons. They could actually move a house, and they could tell the villagers when they went back. "Brother, may I ask how much this house costs?" A young man among the fishermen asked the person who was doing the same work from the boat next to him after sending up another boat of goods. "It's not much. It's not like the house that Little Miss and Little Young Master used to have. That house was worth 100,000 strings of coins, and it wasn't much. This one is only 20,000 strings of coins. The wood outside can be bought with 2,000 strings of coins. There are all kinds of miscellaneous things in the house, and they don't need 5,000 strings of coins. The house is expensive." The servant of the Zhang family and Wang family looked at the house and said casually, 20,000 strings of coins? Strings of coins? Not in cash. Let them live here?" The person who asked couldn't speak well. 20,000 strings of coins was simply a dream for him. "Of course. It's for Little Miss and Little Young Master. This time, accompany me to move the things under the house. Be careful. Don't break them. Otherwise, when we get ashore, we can't move the house. Little Miss won't be happy," the person said again. He looked at the empty boat and pulled the fishermen back together. This time, they were transporting big wheels, and they didn't bring the mercury device for dynamic balancing. The road here was not easy to walk on, so it was useless even if they brought it. Besides, they had already adapted to the bumpiness of the boat, so they didn't need it on the road. Soon, the big house of Xiaobei and the others ran aground. A group of little guys jumped into the water and swam beside to cheer for the people who were changing houses and wheels. Although they looked small, they weren't bad at swimming. They were all wearing swimsuits, and when they stepped on the water, they revealed more than half of their chests. They weren't afraid of the waves at all, and let the fishermen see the magic of the new official's house again. "Hurry up and change. Come on. Aya, why aren't you moving? Are you stuck? I'll go down and take a look." Xiaobei shouted and waved his little fists. When he saw that the people who swam down to carry the wheels floated up again, he lowered his head and plunged into the water. The person who asked the question just now asked again. Is this little miss? She also lives by the sea? Isn't she too good at swimming? Yes, she was born by the sea. She can float on the water since she was young. Little young master and little miss said that swimming is good for the body. The servants of the Zhang family and Wang family were not surprised at all. They had long been used to it. Aya, if only my child could be like her. He's 5 years old this year and can only show his head when he steps on the water. He's so stupid. The fisherman said enviously. In fact, he was more envious of the child's good looks. When he saw it, he knew that it wasn't something an ordinary family could have. Everyone was busy for half a day and only unloaded 2 ships of goods. There were still other ships that had not been unloaded. This part of them had to go first and settle down in the state capital in advance, waiting for the rest to be shipped little by little. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave the fishermen such a high wage. It was estimated that it would take them at least a month to transport the goods. During this time, the 2 of them had to think of ways to give the fishermen more food. After all, they still had families waiting to earn money to support them. Seeing that the front line was organized, Wang Wan sat in the car and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Give them some oil too. They probably don't eat much oil usually. There's no need for salt. If they want to eat it, they can cook it themselves. And also give them some rice wine and seasonings. Let them go back and cook fish. This is a breakthrough for us to get to know the people here. Even if we have to pay more, as long as other people see it, we can achieve certain results." Zhang Xiaobao was most worried about the problem of getting along with the local people. The people here were not people who came from Shandong or even Hunan and Hebei. They were very difficult to talk to. The imperial court basically did not send people to be officials. They only found local officials, especially the commander-in-chief's office, which was also moved again and again. The more they moved, the closer they were to Hebei, because it was not easy to govern. Not to mention the local exclusivity of this era. Even in his own time, looking at the county in Yunnan, most of them were locals. If outsiders went there, they would not be able to command at all. Wang Wan also knew that it was not easy to be an official. The population was already small, and if they could not be mobilized, even if there were 10,000 good ideas, they could only stare blankly. This was the real challenging position. She asked again, "Xiaobao, do you think there will be any problems in this handover? For example, the other party obviously embezzled a lot of money but did not take it out. We can't arrest them and send them to the capital, right? I guess the money they embezzled is not enough to pay for this trip. This is a poor place." Zhang Xiaobao also felt the same way. Indeed, someone asked the fishermen and found out that the officials here are so poor that they are exploiting the fishermen. They come here to ask for some shellfish and dried fish. It's sad to be an official like this. He wanted to engage in local development like Xuzhou, but he could not afford it. The population would not be large. Then we have to go. Foreign trade? With whom? There are not many resources here. We just occupy a good place near the sea. There is a lot of limestone, but we can't use that much. Unless we tell others the cement recipe and let them build a cement factory, we will provide the raw materials. As Wang Wan spoke, she took the lead and walked forward. She didn't expect to build a bustling place here. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and followed behind Wang Wan. He was very helpless in his heart. When he came, he wanted to take some measures to develop the local economy first. Now he had given up. Fortunately, the purpose of coming here was not to develop the local economy. Instead, it was because the sea here was good. They could build docks and build ships in preparation for the future. Other places like Shandong, Fujian, and Zhejiang were good, but they had their own docks. If they went to the capital, it would affect the local economy greatly. In the future, they could not send ships from Luzhou. It was too far away. Moreover, the people from Luzhou were not used to the climate here. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at the blue sea and said with certainty, "One day, this place will become a strategic location. I'm talking about naval battles." "I know. This place has always been important. There's also Shenyang. Whether it's land or naval battles, it's a place that the military must fight for, especially Shanhai Pass. Both the capital and the Great Wall are unparalleled. That's the first pass. If we hold the front line at Shenyang, we'll hold the 3 northeastern provinces. There's also Jinzhou. It's also important because it's suitable for landing and airdropping. When we're done here, we'll take over all the coastal areas. Wang Wan knew the military status of this place very well, but it was not useful now. Zhang Xiaobao blinked twice and said, "Who said there are 3 provinces in the northeast? We can have 6 provinces here, or even more. We need at least a few provinces in Mo. I think that's fine. When there's a chance, we'll go and help the other ethnic group in China develop." Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant when he heard that. There was no Russia or the Soviet Union now. The people there were still tribes. The fishermen also walked with the group. They were also whispering about how the new official would govern the place in the future. They were not willing to let the person from Tang's capital manage them, but the person they met was their savior. They had no choice but to change their minds. Naturally, they were not talking about the world's layout that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said would scare people to death. They just wanted to judge their own future. They muttered in a low voice. From time to time, they had to help pull the cart or push and lift it from behind. It was very tiring. Until it was dark, the group still had not arrived. Everyone had to light a bonfire and prepare for the night. The sound of wild animals echoed in the mountains from time to time. The fishermen ate the hot food. They had already decided that if the provincial government asked them to do something in the future, they would cooperate. The only thing they were worried about was that the new official was rich. If he asked for things from the villages, they would not be satisfied with just a little fish. Perhaps seeing their concerns, Zhang Xiaobao ordered a servant in the family. The servant found a few people to sit next to the fishermen. They sat there and chatted while eating. They talked about what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family usually ate, what they wore, and how much a meal cost. Anyway, they just exaggerated a little bit to let the fishermen know that the money that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family usually spent on a meal was as much as they earned in a lifetime. Then they talked about how much Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family did. Finally, they indirectly reminded the fishermen that the new official would not ask for things in the village, because the things that he asked for were not enough for a meal. At noon the next day, the group finally arrived at the provincial government. As expected, there was only a broken city wall. It was a very small city. There were not many people going in and out, and they did not look very healthy. Most of them looked like they were hungry. The local officials did not know about the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The imperial court did not send anyone to inform them in advance. They probably felt that they would not be able to catch up with the speed of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coming by boat. When the group appeared outside the city, it attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was puzzled. Where did so many people come from? They even brought a lot of things, including houses. The city gate did not have a door. There was only a fence-like thing made of thick wood on both sides of the city gate. Looking at the worm-eaten appearance, it was obvious that it had not been moved for a long time. In other words, the city gate would not be closed at night. Needless to say, there were soldiers guarding the city gate. Looking up at the city wall made of mud, most of the battlements on the wall had been worn away by the wind and rain. No one was patrolling on the top. The group of people strolled into the city. Compared to the road outside, the city was slightly better. At least there weren't so many holes. The main street was quite clean. There probably wasn't a professional cleaning staff. Looking at the traces, it seemed that everyone had cleaned the front of the street themselves. Xiao Bei had never seen such a place before. This place was even worse than Wing Prefecture. He curiously looked at all the shops along the way. Until now, he had not seen any restaurant, only a few small restaurants scattered here and there. Xiao Bei tried her best to find a place that sold candy so that she could buy 2 to play with. Unfortunately, she didn't even find a candy seller, let alone someone who made cotton candy. The more she looked, the more she felt that it was boring. Xiao Bei walked quickly and came behind Zhang Xiaobao. She reached out and tugged at Zhang Xiaobao's clothes, saying, "There's nothing? So poor." When Zhang Xiaobao saw his sister's face full of regret, he suddenly smiled and picked her up. As he walked forward he said, "There will be in the future. You can eat whatever you want here. We can also build a big amusement park at the seaside." "Yes, if Big Brother says there will be, then there will be." Big brother is the best. Xiaobei hugged Zhang Xiaobao's neck and said with certainty. However, Zhang Xiaobao did not have such confidence. He carried his sister and walked forward. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at the magistrate's office. Fortunately, they were mentally prepared. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not frightened by the dilapidated magistrate's office. Not to mention the paint on the door, the dregs had begun to fall off. The copper ring on the door was also gone. Even the stump under the drum outside had been taken away by someone. There were not many weeds in front of the door. It was not because it had been cleaned up, but because the weeds had just started to show, giving people the feeling of a lawn. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Okay, I will live here and fix it myself. I will fix my house first. Someone, go in and ask where the officials are." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, two people walked out from behind him and entered the dilapidated magistrate's office. After a while, they came out with two people following them. When the two sides met, the other side spoke first. "Are you the new provincial governor?" "I am the current provincial governor, and I will be handing over soon. Do you want to see the accounts?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded and let the other side see his identification. The other side also sized up Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In the past, there was no one here, but now there was one. They thought it was a very old official who had been sent here, but they did not expect to see two older children. They did not know what this meant, so they introduced themselves. They were also surnamed Li. Now, there were more people surnamed Li here, so everyone thought it was good. After looking at the identification and knowing that it was not fake, they began to hand over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were too lazy to ask the other side about things, and did not check the accounts. This made the other side show a regretful expression. The two of them understood at a glance that the other side felt that there might be a new official coming over after the new year. They were afraid that problems would be found out, so they prepared in advance. It was likely that the accounts had been done properly, and the treasury in the manor had also been smoothed out. At the very least, it could be matched with the accounts. If he had known that the new official was sent directly from the capital and didn't check the accounts, he would have been greedy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not put their thoughts on this at all. It was better to take over as soon as possible, so they could let the other side be greedy. How much could they be greedy in this poor place? Did they think it was a province? The handover was very smooth. The other side did not plan to stay in the yamen for long. With the proof of promotion that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought, he happily let his family move. This way, they could change to a better place. Even if it was a county magistrate, as long as there was a large population, it would be better than here. In only 2 hours, the original provincial governor Li let his family prepare his luggage and other things and left happily. He secretly pinched his leg and turned it around. He felt a lot of pain and realized that he wasn't dreaming. Also, the fish I mentioned earlier won't be given. Change it to pork or chicken. Add a catty of vegetable oil. You also need to change your patched clothes. In the future, the clothes of the people in the yamen will be controlled by the yamen. You will get 2 sets of clothes every season, including shoes. Do you have any objections? Zhang Xiaobao said that he would give out some benefits. He was trying to rope people in, so naturally, he had to take out something that he could rope in and use. The brush cutter shook his head vigorously and said gratefully, "No, no objections. My lord, I will take good care of the people. My lord, let me tell you, after the new year, the previous Lord Li took 60 strings of money from the treasury and cleared the debt." The brush cutter immediately began to sell people out. This made Zhang Xiaobao feel very helpless. If you sold out the previous Lord Li at this time, wouldn't that mean that if someone treated you better, you would also sell me out? It's only 60 strings of money. What's the fuss about? How about this, since you are familiar with this place, I will let you do something first. I want to rebuild the yamen here. Go and help me buy stones and wood. I will give you 1,000 strings of money. When the time comes, I will tell you what to buy. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao was going to test this brush cutter to see if he was greedy. If he really was greedy, not only would he not get any benefits, he would not need him in the future. 1,000 strings of money? My lord wants to buy 1,000 strings of stones and wood? Good, that's great. No, my lord. I am saying that wood and stones are not valuable and don't need 1,000 strings of money. Just find someone to pick them from the mountains and give them a wage. The brush cutter was indeed tempted. When he heard 1,000 strings of money, his first thought was how much he could keep. Just as this thought appeared, it was extinguished by him. He was not stupid. He had just received a salary increase and was not familiar with it. In the blink of an eye, the governor gave him 1,000 strings of money. It would be strange if he was not testing him. He suppressed his desire for 1,000 strings of money and endured the dryness of his mouth. With difficulty, he told the governor how to obtain stones and wood cheaply. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this person was not stupid. That was good. He said, "Then I will let you handle this matter. I will give you 100 strings of money first. After you spend it, you can ask for more from me. Remember, you cannot be underpaid. No matter if it is wood cutting or stone quarrying, as long as you work hard, you must give 5 copper coins a day. 3 meals a day will also be taken care of." The brush cutter suddenly felt that this new governor was different from the previous officials. Not to mention his youth, he seemed to be very rich. Looking at the things moved in when they moved and the clothes the servants wore, although he had not seen good cloth before, he knew that it was definitely not cheap. Why was such a rich person sent to Jili province? Just spend some money and you can find a good place. When the brush cutter thought about it, he unconsciously said it out loud. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "I am only 12 years old this year, but I have reached level 4. Where can I find a good place for me? I can only go to the worst place. Otherwise, how can I seal the public's mouth? More importantly, the current emperor always wants to find trouble for me. I invited him to a meal and wanted to go to Tang province. In the end, after the meal, I was kicked to Jili province. It is very tragic." "Sir, you can invite the emperor to a meal? You are only 12 years old. You don't look like it. You are at least 15 or 16 years old." The brush cutter was surprised by Zhang Xiaobao's age. He was even more surprised by Zhang Xiaobao's indifferent tone when talking about the emperor. What did this mean? It could only mean that the new governor Zhang was very familiar with the emperor, so familiar that he dared to complain to others and was not afraid that the emperor would punish him. As for the emperor, forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. He took a lot of benefits from this official and even brought this official here. This official has decided that this year, if I find good seafood here, I won't send it to him. Instead, I'll send the second-rate seafood. Zhang Xiaobao deliberately said this because he wanted to use benefits to seduce the brush cutter. The brush cutter was very smart. As soon as he was seduced, he followed him and said, "Sir, don't we need to send things to the court here? No one has sent things before. It is fine if others don't send things, but not me. I don't send things to the court. I send things directly to the emperor and my adoptive father, General Gao." Zhang Xiaobao continued to use his identity to get the brush cutter to surrender. "Which General Gao? Is it Gao Lishir, Sir Gao?" the brush cutter asked with wide eyes. "Yes, how can we not give it to him? Otherwise, they would write a letter asking why we didn't send some seafood over to eat when we came to the sea here. Don't you think it's difficult?" Yes, it's difficult. It's too difficult. I actually want to make it difficult for you once. Sir, I will go find someone." The brush cutter didn't know what to say. He finally knew how a 12-year-old man could become a 4th-ranked official. He also figured out why he was so rich. He said hello and prepared to make the arrangements. Zhang Xiaobao shouted from behind, "You also need to pay the person who cooks. 3 copper coins a day. Remember to find someone who cooks well. If it can't be your relative, find an old lady who can't move." Zhang Xiaobao let out a sigh of relief when the official nodded and ran out of sight. He muttered to himself, "I hope there are more relatives in his family so that they can reveal my identity. The more people who know, the better." Wang Wan walked out of the room next door and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "If you reveal your identity now, aren't you afraid that the people here will act against us in advance? They don't dare to act so quickly. If they want to make a move against us, they have to wait for us to make a lot of money. Otherwise, why would they make a move against us? They won't get any benefits. Since I've revealed my identity, I have to be more high profile in the future and let people see how important I am. Zhang Xiaobao had a plan. He was going to be more flamboyant here. Otherwise, who would mention his adoptive father for no reason and bring Li Longji into the picture? Half a month later, all the things on the ship were finally transported back. All the houses here were also demolished. A jar of wine was also found under one of the houses here. There was no tool to measure how long the wine had been buried. In any case, only 1/5 of the jar was left. It was estimated that it had been there for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this kind of wine might not have tasted good in the beginning. However, after so many years of fermentation, there were more fungi in it, making it suitable for making wine. He directly marked out a piece of land here and built a small winery. He was going to advertise it well in the future and create a legend to sell it at a high price. The brush cutter was quite efficient. When he ran out that day, he quickly gathered a team of more than 100 people in the city. They went to the surrounding mountains to chop trees according to the requirements, and a portion of them went to dig stones. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to build cement. Later, he remembered that this was a seaside, and cement was easy to absorb moisture, so he changed to stone and wood. The brush cutter's surname was Xue. If he really counted, he could be considered to be related to a big family. However, he was a small branch that couldn't be any smaller. In addition, he didn't have any development. The main family didn't recognize him, so he was even more embarrassed to look for him. His relatives here weren't few. In total there were more than 50 people. Those who could work were arranged to work by him. With so much money in a day, it would be a waste if he didn't earn it. In half a month, the registrar also showed up a few times. Each time, he didn't show up for long. He showed up to ask for leave. His family had a piece of land here. It was spring plowing, so he was busy with that matter. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He even allowed the 2 bailiffs to ask for leave. In any case, he didn't need them. His guards were temporarily acting as bailiffs, and the registrar's position was replaced by someone else. Even the other positions were filled. This time, it wasn't a temporary position. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged the positions of their family members, they wrote a letter to Li Longji. They went through the normal channels and asked Li Longji to arrange officials. At the same time, they changed the death contract and changed it to a free person with an official position. Otherwise, he couldn't be an official. On this matter, Li Longji compromised. He knew that if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's positions were changed in the future, he would need to bring along these people with official positions. Seeing that his mansion was being built, Zhang Xiaobao felt very satisfied. He said to Wang Wan, "Let's go. Take Xiaobei and the others to see how brush cutter Xue is doing." Under the protection of the guards, the group of people walked towards a hillside outside the city. On a hillside outside the city, there were more than 200 people cutting trees and digging stones. The work was in full swing. The men had already taken off their shirts and were topless. From time to time, someone would shout that a tree had fallen. Then there would be a loud crash. A tree fell on the hillside, and the people would clear the branches and carry it down. At this time, the trees were much bigger, denser, and sturdier. Usually, 8 people would carry them. If 8 people couldn't carry them, 2 people would carry them. 6 people would carry them. If 6 people couldn't carry them, 4 people would carry them. If that still couldn't work, they could only let people drag them in front and not carry them. Brush cutter Xue didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao had come. He was watching the people work. This time, he didn't take a single copper coin. Instead, he received a lot of benefits. At the very least, the people he hired to work would come to his house after calculating their wages. After receiving a few days' worth of wages, they would buy some things and send them to his house. His prestige among his relatives had also improved. In the past, he was just an ordinary person among them. His words didn't count because there were also older people. As a junior, how could he speak? Now they would come to him to discuss things. Who asked him to be different from before? He cherished this opportunity very much. Father, Xiaofan is hungry. Just as brush cutter Xue was instructing people to cook, his 2 children ran over. The older one was a boy, 5 years old this year. The younger one was a girl, 2 years old this year. She could only speak a few words, but she couldn't speak clearly. Compared to Xiaobei and the others, she was far behind. They ate steamed buns for lunch today. There was only one kind of filling, which was the oil and pickled cabbage filling. The oil was left over after Zhang Xiaobao finished refining the oil. Bowls of egg soup were brought out. Drawers of big steamed buns were also delivered to everyone's hands. The people working didn't wash their hands. They rubbed their hands on their pants and grabbed the steamed buns to eat. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and also rubbed his hands on his pants symbolically. He also held a bowl in one hand and grabbed a steamed bun in the other. He squatted next to others and ate. After eating 2 mouthfuls, he said to the person who ignored him, "Hey, I just remembered that I brought salted vegetables. Quick, bring the salted vegetables over. Put them on my steamed bun." "Big brother, after all the trees on the mountain are cut down, can the land be cultivated?" Perhaps it was because the people around Zhang Xiaobao approved of his bold appearance, or perhaps it was because they knew who provided him with the food. In the end, this person didn't ignore Zhang Xiaobao. Instead, he waited for someone to put a cucumber and salted vegetables on his steamed bun. Then he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It depends on what kind of mountain it is. It's the same as not planting anything in this stone mountain. At most, you can dig out a seed. The mountain in the distance is not bad, but it takes a lot of effort to chop wood. It takes a lot of effort to clear out a piece of land. It's not worth it." So that's the case. Then how about cutting down the wood on the mountain and burning it into charcoal? I can spend a lot of money to buy it. I'll buy as much as you can. When the time comes, the rest of the land will be yours. Zhang Xiaobao acted like he suddenly understood. Then he talked about collecting charcoal. The reason why men were allowed to build houses, chop wood, and dig stones was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request. They paid a lot of money, so the men were willing to come out. As he strolled, Zhang Xiaobao came to the side of a river. He saw many women bringing their children to find a comfortable place by the river and beating things with sticks. When he got closer, he found that they were beating hemp. After rotting and beating, only fiber was left. When the time came, they could be made into sacks, ropes, fishing nets or clothes. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a purpose in coming out, so he just squatted at the side and watched. The woman who was working just glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and the others before continuing with her work. The children, on the other hand, were playing non-stop. Perhaps it was because there were strangers here, some of the children became more obedient, while others were playing even more happily. Zhang Xiaobao did not make a sound. He squatted down and watched. He watched as the other things on the hemp were knocked away and washed away by the water. He watched as the hard-working woman waved the stick in her hand again and again. Xiaobao waited for a woman to take out a ball of hemp and put it aside to dry. Xiaobao then went over and pinched the hemp. The woman's child immediately became vigilant, afraid that an outsider would take the hemp away. He clenched his little fists, ready to fight for his life at any time. Zhang Xiaobao quickly retracted his hand, smiled at the child, and took out a small paper bag from his sleeve. He opened it and took out a small piece of rock candy. He said to the child, "Here's a piece of candy." The child was still as vigilant as before. He didn't move forward. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao's hand, or more accurately, on the piece of candy. He didn't move. "Take it. It's sweet when you put it in your mouth." Zhang Xiaobao leaned over and took the child's bug-ridden hand. He put the candy on it and asked, "Where's your father?" The child stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the candy. He put the rock candy in his mouth and immediately showed a happy smile. He wasn't as vigilant as before and replied, "Sleeping at home." At this time, the other children also found that there were benefits. They all came over and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to give them some candy. Zhang Xiaobao very generously distributed all the candy. Then he stood up and looked at the hard-working people. He turned around and walked away. At this time, one of Zhang Xiaobao's bodyguards came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, they are like this. Men are rarely willing to work. As long as a man works, you can see that they are better off than others. Yes, I know, but it's too difficult to change them. We can only use other methods. Let's go back. When we return to the yamen, we will post a notice. Zhang Xiaobao was a little angry. It was work, so why did it have to be done by women? Men still wanted status and wanted to be lazy. He had to organize them so that they couldn't be lazy. After they got used to it, things would be much better here. When he returned to the yamen, Zhang Xiaobao immediately wrote a few notices with the same content and had people post them. He also stood beside the notices and explained them to the people who came over. The content was very simple. It was to recruit workers and farm. The land here was the land, but Zhang Xiaobao had bought a lot of it. They were all mountains. When he bought them they were cheap. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care if people accused him of using his position to make things easier for himself. After buying the mountains, he recruited local workers. First, he cut down the trees on the mountains and then made them into terraced fields. Next he planted food. Although the best time for spring plowing had passed, Zhang Xiaobao still planned to have people plant rice. At most, he could harvest it later. Besides, the climate in Dalian was good, and the rice grew quickly. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao sent a group of people to the north. He gave them weapons and salt and allowed them to take the initiative to attack when they were threatened. He wanted to explore the Mo first and then continue to investigate the other side to see if it was possible to cross between the two continents. This matter couldn't be done immediately. It would take at least half a year, and they might not be able to reach the strait. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to a remote place. The capital seemed to be less lively. Those who were usually thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't mention it in the capital. After all, Jili province was too far away. It was also a remote place, so it wouldn't be valued. Compared to Buxin province, many people wanted to arrange for their own people to be officials, but no one expected to do so in Jili province. They didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ability was so great that they could turn a sparsely populated place into a bustling place. Moreover, there were many mountains there. Recently, those who were quick-witted had put their attention on the bank. The great Tang bank was getting bigger and bigger. Every day, there were people coming to deposit money, and at the same time, there were people coming to withdraw money. The deposit fee was much lower than that of other banks. Therefore, more people came to deposit money. Most of them were businessmen. In this way, it would be more convenient for them to go to other places where there was a bank. After a period of time, the money in the bank increased and gradually stabilized. They were now able to lend money to the outside world. This was the matter of interest to those who were smart. They all wanted to borrow money from the great Tang bank to do things. Just as many people's attention was gradually shifting, a saying suddenly became popular in the capital. It was to become a soldier to protect one's country, to protect one's family, and to protect the emperor. This was not a recruitment, but a compulsory soldier. It was said that the imperial court would soon recruit compulsory soldiers from the Great Tang. The 3-year military system meant that the soldiers had to be trained. If there was a war, they would go to the battlefield. After 3 years, the selected soldiers would stay and continue to be soldiers. But this time, they wouldn't be in vain. Instead, they would get money. If they couldn't stay, they would get a sum of money to go home. The feeling it gave was similar to that of a recruitment system, but the connotation was different. Even if they were both paid, the compulsory soldiers would receive less money. If that was the case, no one would be willing to be a conscript. More importantly, the news that came out said that anyone who became a conscript would not only receive a sum of money after 3 years, but would also be given good jobs to do. This was the most attractive part of it. But in the end, rumors were just rumors. The imperial court hadn't really said that they were going to do this, and there was no accurate information. This made many people wait and see. The rumors grew more and more intense, and finally, it reached the imperial court. The officials, Gao Lishir, and Li Longji naturally heard about it from the mouths of others. On this day, Li Longji summoned Gao Lishir, Zhang Shua, and a few other people he could speak with. He asked them where this matter had come from. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that it isn't important where it first came from. What's important is that it needs to be clarified immediately. Otherwise, the recruitment system will be over. The most attractive part of this new rumor is that they will be given jobs after 3 years. When the time comes, if the recruited soldiers insist that the imperial court do this, how will the imperial court arrange a position for them? Zhang Shuo was the most anxious about this matter. He was the one who proposed to reduce the border troops. He was the one who proposed to consolidate the troops in the capital. He had used money to recruit them. It could be said that he had contributed the most. If the other method was really done, his contribution would be reduced imperceptibly. Thus, he raised an objection first. At this time, Zhang Jiuling also said, "Your Majesty, it's not just this." Perhaps the person who spread the rumor felt that the effect wasn't good enough, so he added another condition. That is, those who stay 3 years later can become officials and hold a position in the Ministry of War. This is the most attractive thing. To become an official, one needs to pass the examination or receive the favor of one's elders. Many ordinary people are waiting for the imperial court to turn the rumor into reality. This subject has heard from people from other places that such rumors have also started to spread in other places. It is said that protecting the Great Tang is a matter of honor. The people of the Great Tang have to protect the dignity of the Great Tang. The country is a country, and without a country, there is no home. It is also said that if one person becomes a soldier, the whole family will be honored. There is even a song, "If you don't become a soldier, I don't become a soldier." Who will protect the motherland? Who will protect the home? Who will protect the mother? Who will protect her? Other than these, it is also said that if someone in the family is chosen to become a soldier, this family will be able to receive tax exemption. During the holidays, they can even receive food or other things sent by the imperial court. These rumors are too frightening. It is said that many people in many places want to become soldiers. I don't know who started this rumor. We have to think of a way, otherwise, all the places will be in chaos. Li Longji really didn't know that things had developed to such an extent. He didn't have any thoughts of becoming a conscript either. Listening to Zhang Shuo and Zhang Jiuling's words, he felt that it was very familiar. "Your Majesty, this method can't be used by others." This subject thinks that it's best to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. With their ability, they should be able to guess who is behind this rumor. As soon as Bai Shu heard Zhang Jiuling's words, he knew who it was. Other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he couldn't find anyone else. The rumor was too powerful, but he couldn't say it in the absence of evidence. He could only take a detour and remind the emperor. Li Longji finally remembered. Zhang Xiaobao had mentioned it that day, but he said that they still needed to cooperate with other aspects. Now it was Zhang Xiaobao who did it. The so-called cooperation was naturally a rumor. At the same time, Zhang Shuo also figured it out. He felt helpless and sullen and said, "Your Majesty, what Zhang Xiaobao is doing can easily ruin the Tang Empire. We must not let him continue. We should send a strict decree to Jili province to tell Zhang Xiaobao to stop immediately." I don't think it's appropriate. Since Zhang Xiaobao can think of a way, he naturally has a solution. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family have a lot of business. If the rumor is really released by him and Wang Wan, they will definitely be able to solve the problem of the placement of the soldiers 3 years later. Why don't we ask them what they plan to do? Old Man Pai immediately opposed Zhang Shuo. He still believed in Zhang Shuo's ability, especially in terms of propaganda. It was much better than directly using money to recruit soldiers. Even if the regional commanders wanted to raise a private army, it would not be as easy as it was now. Li Longji also thought of this. He was also worried that the regional commanders had too much power when recruiting soldiers. Zhang Xiaobao had also mentioned that if the regional commanders had too much power, it would be difficult to control them. To put it bluntly, it would be a rebellion. Thinking of this, Li Longji looked at Gao Lishur, hoping that Gao Lishur would stand out and say something. It was also the first time Gao Lishur had encountered this. He really couldn't think of the specific benefits and disadvantages. Seeing the emperor looking at him, he could only tell the emperor what he had just thought of. "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that this subject can write a letter and send it home to ask Xiao Bao what his plans are. Let him list out the matters of recruiting soldiers according to the plan his family made when they were local officials." The moment he said this, he was certain that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the masterminds behind this. Only they were bold enough to casually spread rumors. If it were anyone else, even Zhang Zhong who was still in Luoyang, they would not dare. How could they recklessly talk about the military system? Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. Then Li Shi should write a letter and tell Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that if they want to do anything in the future, they should first inform us. If there's one more time, we will be angry. Li Longji was also very helpless. These two brats were really troublesome, always causing trouble. They had already gone to Jili province, but instead of thinking about how to properly develop there, they still had the leisure to spread rumors all over Great Tang. Could it be that the small population of Jili province was not enough to make things difficult for the two of them? Gao Lishi immediately began to write the letter. Zhang Shua's complexion was extremely ugly. He could see the extent to which the emperor was indulging Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If it had been anyone else, the emperor would have long sent soldiers to capture them and bring them back to the capital. Zhang Xiaobao began to assign tasks to Xue Daobao. He said one by one. Xue Daobao was surprised with each task. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, Xue Daobao's saliva had already wet the front of his clothes. Xue Daobao wiped his mouth with his sleeve and swallowed. He said with difficulty, "Sir, it's easy to spread the news. But if they really come, what do you have to make them soldiers? Do you really have a school? Do you really dare to provide for their family? Do you really give them meat and wine? If you can't provide them, they will destroy the yamen. I'm a man of my word. Just do as I say. When the time comes, I'll send someone to the border to pick you up. Go." Zhang Xiaobao promised Xue Dao. Xue Daobao looked like he was going to risk it all. He nodded and said, "Sir, don't worry. I will do it for you." Saying this, Xue Daobi stood up and left. He looked like a warrior who was leaving and would not return. Looking at Xue Dao's departing figure, Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and muttered, "Who said I don't have a way to get people? Not only do I want to get people, I also want to start a war and solve this problem." Wang Wan walked in from the side door with a few pieces of paper in her hand. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is going to cost a lot of money. I don't know when we will get our capital back. There's no other way. Who said that soldiers are only responsible for fighting? The military also needs soldiers. When the time comes, I will find a way to get our capital back. Don't worry." Zhang Xiaobao was not worried. As long as the problem of population was solved, this place could be developed. After all, he was going to stay in this place for a few more years. After the construction was done, it would be another foundation for his family. Since he had decided to recruit soldiers, Zhang Xiaobao could not hide it from Li Longji. Why would a lower province need so many soldiers? He had to inform Li Longji. He immediately wrote a letter. However, expanding his territory was not an easy task. He did not know what was in the north and whether he would encounter any powerful enemies. After reading the letter again, Li Longji said, "Xiao Bao wants me to take a look at the conscripts. He is preparing to go there first. If it's done, we will do as they say. Soldiers are not supposed to manage the local area. It is indeed reassuring to use them. The only thing we are worried about is that the soldiers sent there bully the local people. Don't let others know about this. Let Xiao Bao try there. We will know whether it is successful or not." Li Longji agreed. Gao Lishi continued to send letters to the other side. Half a month passed by in a hurry. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's house was finally built. The main house could be lived in, but the other courtyards still needed to be built. Recently, the people in Jili province were all mobilized. Even the slightly older children helped. Some were cutting trees. Some were looking after the trees. Some were working on the land. The school was built first, and the workshop was being built. The charcoal kiln for burning charcoal was also completed. Xue Daobi successfully spread the news. At the beginning, the people who had soldiers in other places did not realize it. 10,000 soldiers with their families came to Jili province. 10,000 soldiers with their families were not 10,000. There were more than 40,000 people. When these people arrived at Jili province, they were arranged to find a place to build their own houses. From Hunan province, ships came and went from Jili province to Jili province. All kinds of things needed were sent here, including the seafood and charcoal from the first kiln. In this way, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been losing money. Charcoal and seafood were not worth much in Hunan province. If they wanted to sell them at a good price, they had to continue to transport them to the deeper areas. The travel expenses were not small. After all, if the two people's ships did not help to transport things, they could make more money elsewhere. Zhang Xiaobao was a man of his word. He really did provide all the daily necessities for the 40,000 people who arrived later. The 10,000 soldiers were also able to eat 3 meals a day, with meat in every meal. After the 10,000 soldiers came, the others found that the Yamen in Jili province did keep its word. They also started to think about it. Especially when they knew that a school was built for the children and there was someone to teach them how to read and write. Even if the people in other places did not think for themselves, they also hoped that the next generation could be successful. Another 10,000 people who were willing to become soldiers came to Jili province. At this time, the local people who had soldiers in their hands realized and wanted to stop the people from moving to Jili province. At first, they thought that Jili province could not do what they said. They thought that they could take this opportunity to let the people in the past make trouble. Then, they could drive away the officials sent by the imperial court. It would be better if there were no officials from the imperial court who came from other places. They only wanted their own people to stay. Even when the first batch of people came, they were still waiting to see what would happen. They thought that the officials in Jili province would run out of money soon. They did not know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were rich. When they found out that ships of food and daily necessities were sent from Hunan province, they found that things were not good. At this time, the second batch of 10,000 soldiers came with their families. When they were thinking of ways to stop them, they found out who the new officials in Jili province were. They had also heard about the legendary story of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For a moment, they felt that they were in big trouble. At first, they thought that the people in Beijing were sending them here. Now, it seemed that this was definitely not the case. They must have felt that there were many places that did not pay rent and wanted to muddy the waters. The news that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to recruit 30,000 soldiers in the beginning, but there was still a gap of 10,000 people spread. As a result, there were more deserters. They left the army and secretly came to Jili province with their families and belongings. The people who thought that they still had a chance also started to move. Those who had soldiers under their command had no choice but to keep a tight watch on their soldiers and send people to the borders of the states to stop them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also sent people to wait at the state border. As long as someone came, they could continue to go to the state capital. Those who wanted to stop were all stopped by them and were not allowed to go. The public security personnel in the state were 500 Yamen runners sent from Xueqi County and Huayuan County. The guards brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fully armed and came to the state border. They were given a lot of power. If they thought that the other party was a threat, they could attack in advance. However, the guards could not cross the state border to pick up people. As a result, many people were stopped before they reached the state border. They could see on both sides but could not go to help. Since this method did not work, they changed to another way. They went by water. Zhang Xiaobao sent ships to go around and started to pick up people at other places near the sea. Daxing City was in the east of Jili State, so it was not under the control of Jili State. Zhang Xiaobao sent more than 100 ships at once. According to the calculation, each ship could carry 20 people. One round trip could transport 2,000 people back. They just had to make a few more rounds. In Daxing City, there was a family with the surname Li, which was popular now. He was from Xinlua. He had a very important mission here. One was to protect Daxing City, and the other was to make sure that the people in this area were from Xinlua. He was also the mayor of Daxing City. He had 1,500 soldiers under him. In addition to the normal army, he also had many ships to protect Daxing City. After all, Daxing City was very close to the sea. There were also people in Daxing City who wanted to go to Jili State. Not only did they not have to spend money to buy food there, but they could also get land. The production of the land was earned by themselves. Moreover, there was a school there. After Li Qingying, the mayor of Daxing City, also sent people to stop them outside Jili State. As for those who had already gone, he wrote a letter to Zhang Xiaobao and asked Zhang Xiaobao to let them go back. Zhang Xiaobao did not refuse immediately. He agreed and said that he would send them back once they were found. As for when they would be found, It would have to wait for Geely State to adjust the household registration system. However, while he was agreeing, the ships on the other side passed by the sea. Li Qingying put all his energy into intercepting them on the land. He sent almost all of his 1,500 soldiers to form a thin line of defense to prevent the people from going to Geely State. At this moment, the ships came. After they greeted outside the city, the people who regretted not going out earlier crowded to the seaside and left happily on the ships. By the time Li Qingying received the exact news, more than 4,000 people had already disappeared. Mayor, we have to guard against them on the sea too. Li Qingying's advisor found Li Qingying and said. Li Qingying had been very worried recently. The main reason was that many people were willing to take a long detour in order to leave Daxing City. It was impossible to guard against 1,500 people. If all the people lived in the city, it would be fine. Once the city was sealed, there would be no need to worry about people going out. The problem was that many people lived in their own villages. It was impossible to send people to seal all the villages. At this moment, when he heard the advisor's words, he felt his head buzzing. He rubbed his temples and asked the advisor, "Do we have to send people to intercept them on the sea again?" "No, we can't stop them now. Zhang Xiaobao in Geely State will not let them go. We have to think of a way to make them not dare to take people from Daxing City. Otherwise, there will be no people in Daxing City. Now, people in the surrounding areas are still gathering here, thinking of going to Geely State." The advisor knew that it was useless to stop them. Even if they could stop them for a while, they couldn't stop them forever. Moreover, it wouldn't take long for Daxing City to become an empty city. Of course, Li Qingying wanted to think of a good way to make Zhang Xiaobao obediently send people back. He thought for a while and said, "Should we send troops?" "Send troops? Yes, but not in the name of Daxing City. We can use the name of bandits on the sea. As long as we sink the next ship sent by Geely State and capture their people, we can use them to threaten Zhang Xiaobao." The advisor was smarter and came up with this idea. Li Qingying couldn't think of a better idea. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said, "I will send people to pretend to be bandits. Do you really think that officials sent from the capital are powerful here? If you push me too far, I will also kill people." Li Qingying had a plan. Soon, 300 of the 1,500 people sent out came back. Every 5 people were on a ship. They didn't have any markings on them, and they carried weapons. They went out to sea in 60 small boats, ready to intercept the ships sent by Geely State. He wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. As soon as he moved, the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao, who were watching with binoculars at sea, knew what was going on. They quickly hid from the other party's sight and sent the news to Geely State. "I was worried about not having a place to test the cannons. I didn't expect you to send me a gift." "Good, very good. Someone, send a letter to Li Qingying, the Lord of Daxing City. Ask him if the sea route is safe recently. I want to send more ships to transport goods." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he was very happy. He asked someone to send a letter to Li Qingying quickly, telling him that the ships here wouldn't move for the time being. Soon, Li Qingying replied. He said that during this time, pirates occasionally appeared on the sea. Daxing City was thinking of ways to encircle and suppress them, but the results were not good. He hoped that Zhang Xiaobao would be more careful. Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for this letter. As long as Li Qingying admitted that there were pirates, when the time came, he would say that he was helping Daxing City to eliminate the pirates. Once again, the boats carrying people left the temporarily built pier and headed towards Daxing City. More than 100 small boats formed a small team. Seeing that they were about to reach the border of Daxing City, the 60 ships sent by Daxing City finally moved. They didn't wait for more than 100 small boats to come closer. They rushed over at the fastest speed, wanting to stop more than 100 boats. After all, there were only 2 people rowing on each boat. They weren't soldiers, so they should be easy to deal with. When the 100 small boats saw the ships rushing over, they turned around and ran back. They didn't continue to move forward. Chapter 772. The people on the 60 boats shouted as they chased. The distance between them was getting closer. They were strong, and there were many people who took turns to row the boats. The 100 boats that were running did not reply. They used all their strength to row the boats as fast as they could. In the midst of the chase, the 160 ships were getting further and further away from the shore. The group in front of them ran in a curve, closing the distance between the two sides. If they stopped and did not run, it would only take them a quarter of an hour to catch up. The pirates on the 60 boats did not care which direction the other party ran in. As long as they could catch up, they would let them know the price of running. They would be exhausted to death. After another hour of chasing, the distance was getting closer. They estimated that they would catch up in another quarter of an hour. The distance was about 4 miles. At this time, the people on both sides were struggling to control the boats. In the deep sea, the waves were not as beautiful as when they were at the seaside. There were not many splashes, but this was the most dangerous place. When a wave came, the boat would be swerved. "Captain, they actually ran here. When we catch them, I must let them know how powerful we are." A person who had just been replaced swung his arm and complained to the captain of the action team. The captain frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the 100 boats should be running directly in the direction of Xueqi State. Although they could not escape, it was better than running here. If they were not careful, the boats would capsize. Just as he was puzzled, 6 big boats suddenly appeared in his field of vision. They were very big boats with full sails. They were very fast. It did not look like they were passing by. Instead, they were heading in this direction. Before the captain could figure out what was going on, the big ship quickly approached them. The 100 small boats in front of them suddenly scattered, making way for the big ship. What boat is that? Is it a big cargo boat? Or a soldier boat? The captain asked blankly. The 4 people on the boat shook their heads, indicating that they were not sure. They stopped rowing and waited to see what was going on. They stopped moving, but the big boat started to turn their rudders. The sails also changed. The hull gradually turned horizontally and formed a line. Without waiting for the 60 ships to get a clear look, a rumbling sound came from the big ship. Then, countless black dots suddenly appeared in the air and flew towards them. "What is this? Bird?" the captain muttered. Before he could finish, the black dot landed first. A few ships were directly hit by the black, and with a boom, the entire ship was gone. A pillar of water rose up from the surface of the sea, and there were even more black dots that did not hit the ship. Instead, they smashed into the water, and there were also quite a few that caused a huge commotion, causing pillars of water to rise up. The black dot that landed beside the small boat not only brought out a water pillar, but also many things that flew out and destroyed the boat. After this round of fighting, the big ship began to turn again to reveal the other side. At this time, there were only 37 boats left. The people on the boats finally knew what the other ship wanted to do. Although they didn't know what was flying towards them, they understood that the other party wanted their lives. They no longer cared about chasing the small boats in front of them. They turned their boats around and fled in the direction they came from. At this moment, they did not feel tired, and their arms were not sore. They rowed the boats as if they were flying on water. On one of the big boats, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looking through their binoculars. There were 6 big boats, and each boat had 40 cannons. After firing once, someone had to clean the cannons. That was why they had to turn to the other side after firing. There were 20 cannons on each side, but there were no bow cannons or stern cannons. A total of 120 cannons had been fired. Because the 60 boats were relatively close to each other, they were able to destroy 23 boats at once. However, this result did not satisfy Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The cannons did not all explode. I only saw a dozen of them. One of them had already hit the boat, but it did not explode. It seems that it still needs to be improved. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not let the big boats fire anymore. He sent the small boats to save the people. It was not that if the boat was damaged, the people would die. Some people were still floating on the water. When the group left, they were all trying to save their own lives. No one went to save their companions. Wang Wan nodded. This improvement process is not easy. We can only use it now. It's better than not having any cannons. It's the technology that can't keep up. We must preserve the cannons well. We can't let them rust. Otherwise, it will be another Jiawu. In addition to the tactical problems, there are also problems with weapons and morale. Let's not talk about this first. I'll chase after them. I want to see where the rest of their boats are going. Zhang Xiaobao did not worry about the cannons. After giving the order, the big boats chased after the escaping boats. He did not chase all of them. He left one behind, afraid that the small boat here would accidentally capsize. The big boats turned slowly, but they moved faster than the small boats. They moved with full sail, getting closer and closer to the escaping boats in front. When they reached a certain distance, the big boats slowed down a little. The so-called slowing down was to move in a zigzag pattern. Every time the big boats did this, the small boats in front would be able to move a little faster. They were afraid that the big boats would turn sideways, and then there would be another explosion. After a chase, the people on the small boats finally returned to the big boats when they were almost out of energy. Zhang Xiaobao's boat suddenly sped up, then stopped, put down the small boat, and continued to chase. The small boat's speed was very fast. There were 4 people on each boat. One person was in charge of the direction, one person was idle, and the other 2 people were there at full speed. Behind the small boat, there was a splash of water, and the boat quickly caught up. The escaping people had never seen such fast boats. They used the last of their strength and ran as fast as they could. When the boats behind them were about to catch up, the 37 boats finally hit the beach and were stranded there. The people on the boats jumped off and ran in the water. There were 20 small boats behind them. There were 4 people on each boat, so the 80 people were stranded there. They jumped off and continued to chase. They were the last ones to come down, so they had enough strength. They quickly caught up with the people running in front of them. The people running could not run anymore. They gritted their teeth and turned around. They picked up their weapons and faced the 80 people who were chasing them. They looked like they were going to fight to the death. Put down your weapons and don't kill. You evil pirates, you still want to run? Come with us to see Daxing City's Lord Li. We'll deal with you then. The 80 people who were chasing them stood in front of the remaining 180 people and shouted loudly. There were still people waiting to move. Just as they were wondering why the boats had not arrived, they saw people coming ashore one after another. Some of the commoners immediately recognized a few of the more than 180 people and shouted, "They are not pirates. They are the army of Daxing City." Oh, I see. Daxing City's army pretended to be pirates and went to rob us? We need to talk to Li Qingying about this. The leader of the 80 people said angrily, pretending to be enlightened. The people were also stunned. They looked at the soldiers of Daxing City in disbelief. They wanted to hear their explanation. We're not soldiers of Daxing City, we're pirates. One of the more than 180 people suddenly shouted out loud. As soon as he finished shouting, the captain who was lucky enough to survive slapped him in the face. He turned around and pretended to be relaxed as he said, "You've got the wrong person. We're not pirates, we're soldiers of Daxing City. Who ordered you to chase us and slander us as pirates?" The quick-witted soldier next to him immediately echoed, "Yes, we went out to sea to catch pirates, but just as we were about to catch them, we were suddenly attacked by you, and many of our people were injured or killed. Where are you from? Who ordered you to attack Daxing City's soldiers?" The first ones who didn't believe such a lie were the surrounding people. They weren't stupid, so it didn't take them long to figure out that Li Qingying, the city lord of Daxing City, must have pretended to be a pirate and attacked those 100 ships in order to prevent them from leaving by ship. However, they were not as strong as those people. They were beaten up, so they started to deny it. The 80 people who chased them knew what they were going to say, so they did not argue. They just said that they wanted to see Daxing City's Lord Li Qingying and talk to him face to face. Zhang Xiaobao sent out small boats from the big ship. The people on the boats were there to talk about this. They pulled back the boats with propellers and put down the ordinary boats. On one hand, the 80 people followed the 180 people into the city to find Li Qingying. On the other hand, they used small boats to pull the local people onto the big ship. When others wanted to fight back, they would fight. Now they were busy settling the people who came. The 30,000 soldiers had been gathered, and after a period of time, they would be sent to other places. When the time came, they would first stay in the bustling areas and be separated. They would still be given 3 meals a day with meat for every meal. When they were sent to the borders, They would be given ideological and political education so that they would know why they were fighting. They had to embody the spirit of hardship and simplicity. Those who wanted to continue to have meat for 3 meals a day would be threatened to send them back. Furthermore, their families would not care. This idea was very immoral, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also helpless. If the 30,000 soldiers stayed in Jili province, they could still afford to feed them. The problem was that they were sent to other places. If they continued to feed them like this, what about the other soldiers? They could not afford to feed them. As for the families of the soldiers who came here, it was easy to deal with them. The soldiers were protecting the country at the front, so they would be provided with normal food and daily necessities, free education, and free medical care. When Li Longji felt that it was about time and was ready to implement it throughout the country, they would ask Li Longji for money to make up for the losses in Jili province. If it was not enough, they would fight for it. If it was not enough, they would need some policies. The families of the soldiers were now being settled. They were given land, but the land needed to be rented. They could also arrange shops for them. These shops also needed to be paid taxes. Xueqi was now promoted. He did well. He was promoted to Sector General and managed the population. He did not need to manage the money. Sector General Xue was very happy. His salary really increased. His family built a good house. He was now a famous person in this area. He followed Zhang Xiaobao and was busy. He also asked about how they could use ships to release mines. That day, Sector General Xue sorted out the number of people who came here and the local people. When he went to investigate, the people were very cooperative. They were afraid that he would leave someone behind. That was related to the ration of food and other things. The local people could also get the same treatment if their family had joined the army. As for those who did not join the army, they could not. They only cared about the children going to school and did not care about the rest. Unless there was no man in the family, they would care about it. The 30,000 soldiers brought more than 130,000 family members. Large families would send one person out of every 5 people. Small families would send one person out. 130,000 people. Including the original people in Jili province, there were still 130,000 people. The food that so many people ate every day was not a small amount. In order to improve his relationship with Zhang Xiaobao, Sector General Xue took the book about the population and found Zhang Xiaobao. Darren, why don't you think of a way? Do you know how many people eat in a day? Sector General Xue looked very anxious. Zhang Xiaobao was drawing things on the map. He wanted to make the economy here prosperous. When he heard Sector General Xue's words, he nodded. I know a lot. There is also the oil they use and the cloth to make clothes. There is also the 2 eggs that each child gets in school every day. Darren, why are you still taking it out? Sector General Xue seemed to be spending his own money. Zhang Xiaobao put down the pen and sighed. Can I not take it? The emperor treats me and Xueqi differently from other people. Others don't have to pay taxes, but we have to. Without people, who will farm? Without people, how can I do business? Sector General Xue was also in a dilemma. Merchants are black-hearted. It's good enough that they give the people who work for them 1 copper coin for every 10 copper coins they earn. Sector General Xue answered again. In that case, all I'm doing is paying them double the wage. I'll get them to work for me, and I'll pay them double the wage. I'll still be the one who earns the most. It's better than having no one to work for. All the people here came with the army, and none of them are very rich. Therefore, I'll be the one to sell the things they make here. I'll ship the other things they need from other places and sell them at a higher price. Zhang Xiaobao's words were very clear. He was using the wage once to support the people. When the time came, the people would get an extra wage. Even if the double wage didn't affect the profits. Sector General Xue nodded in admiration. He really didn't think of this problem. Darren, what if merchants from other places also come to compete with you for business? Won't they? Sector General Xue made a beheading gesture as he spoke. Zhang Xiaobao was so angry that he laughed. What are you thinking? It's better if other merchants come. This place will definitely prosper. When the time comes, the provinces can pay more taxes. I'll lose money, but I'll gain political benefits. All right, you do what you need to do. I'll write a letter to the emperor and complain about the money spent. Chapter 773. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very satisfied with the 130,000 people in Jili province, although it was not worth mentioning compared to Dalian in the future. It was easier to do things with people. All the children were sent to the school. It was no longer a school, but a big school. The students who had fallen behind from the capital were urgently transferred to the school. The young men took out a portion of the land to build the docks and docks. Pieces of mountainous land were divided up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan provided the tools for logging and farming. As long as they gave the wood they cut from the mountains to the two of them, it would be considered as paying for the tools and seeds. The people were not allowed to burn their own land and waste the wood. If they found any limestone and diamond mines, the government office would send people to look after them. The people who occupied the land would choose another place, and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would send people to help build it. The 130,000 people who came over did not care about whether the officials in Jili province were corrupt or whether the environment was polluted. They built kilns to burn charcoal for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Otherwise, the two of them would lose too much money. That day, Xueqi came to find him. He had a good idea to help Zhang Xiaobao reduce the loss of money. As soon as he entered the door, before Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to serve tea, Xueqi said to Zhang Xiaobao impatiently, "Sir, I have a way to make Jili province bigger." "Do you mean to occupy other people's land?" Zhang Xiaobao thought Xueqi wanted him to use force to annex the neighboring provinces. No. Without occupying other people's land, you can also make Jili province bigger." Xueqi showed an unfathomable look. Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything, and waited for Xueqi to continue. Xueqi coughed lightly and said, "My lord, this humble one's idea is to order the local people to move the mountains and fill the sea. For every foot they fill, they will add another foot. They will take turns to dig the mountains and fill the sea. When the time comes, the mountains can be cultivated and the shores can be cultivated. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" In the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao really thought that Adjunct Xue could come up with a good idea. However, it turned out to be land reclamation. If Jili Prefecture was an isolated island with many hills and a large population, Zhang Xiaobao might consider land reclamation. However, Jili Prefecture had no value for land reclamation now or in the future. As a trading port, it was useless to reclaim so much land. Moreover, if they filled up too much, the military port would be filled up, and it would not be easy to find a natural military port. "Sir, how is it?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was silent, Adjunct Xue asked again. "Well, the idea is good, but there will be a lot of trouble when it comes to actually doing it. We can leave it for the future." Zhang Xiaobao did not directly reject Adjunct Xue's idea. He was afraid that he would dispel his enthusiasm. Even if one idea did not work, there might be more good ideas that could be used in the future. Adjunct Xue also heard it. Wei Wei was a little disappointed. She picked up the teacup and sipped the tea. "Adjunct Xue, you have been working hard in the prefecture. Can the newly moved people make trouble?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and asked. "How dare they? We will provide them with food and clothes. If anyone makes trouble, we don't need to do anything. The people next to us will deal with them. In fact, there are people from other places secretly coming to the prefecture and asking to be registered. They are willing even if they can't get food. This humble one is busy. There is still a lot of land in the prefecture. It is useless to leave it there. It is better to take it out for them to cultivate." It is short of water. It is not possible to cut down the trees and make terraced fields to grow rice. It is troublesome. There is only one big river in the prefecture, and there are many mountains. It is impossible to lead the water to other places. Adjunct Xue seemed to be in a difficult position. Zhang Xiaobao had also considered this problem. Although the prefecture was near the sea, it was also short of water. The seawater could not be used to water the crops. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then we will plant beans. It is okay if the yield is low. It is not enough to grow rice with just rainwater. It is possible to grow beans." This humble one thinks so too. How about we settle down the people who came later? They do not seem to have a complete set of farming tools. Adjunct Xue agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's idea. He was prepared to get some tools from Zhang Xiaobao. Go and get the tools from the yamen. Give them to the people who came later. Tell them that their children can also go to school for free. Since there are no major issues in the prefecture, Adjunct Xue will have to worry more about the people's livelihood. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to spend his energy on this. He was almost done with managing the inner courtyard. Yes, it is my duty. Sir, this humble one will leave first. Adjunct Xue had a lot of things to do. He always wanted to use his authority. No matter whether it was big or small, he was prepared to participate. Seeing that there was nothing else, he got up and left. Seeing Adjunct Xue leave, Zhang Xiaobao began to think of something. After telling stories to her younger siblings, Wang Wan came back from class. Zhang Xiaobao had not made dinner yet. He continued to think. For Zhang Xiaobao, under normal circumstances, there was no place that could not be developed. Every place had its value. The reason why Dalian is developing so fast is mainly because it exists as a window for foreign trade. As more and more trade occurs, people from various industries come to Dalian. They want to find gold here. How to turn this place into an important trade port is a problem. As soon as Wang Wan entered the room, she saw Zhang Xiaobao sitting there with his hands on his head, listening to her muttering. Xiaobao, a trade port can't appear at will. It needs to appear with the development of the environment. We don't have that kind of environmental foundation now. Why don't we think of other ways? In class just now, Xiaozhu said that it would be great if we could attract seawater to places where there is a lack of salt. For example, we can dry more sea salt here. When the time comes, we can sell sea salt. A ship can carry a lot of sea salt. We can make salt pans by the sea. It's a profitable business with little capital. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was too stubborn, so she tried to persuade him. At this time, many places along the coast had learned to dry sea salt. Even if Lu Zhou tried his best to keep it a secret, it could not be kept. A large amount of salt was shipped to many places where there was a lack of salt as a commodity, allowing the officials in the coastal areas to take advantage of it. At this time, the trade of salt was not controlled by the imperial court. Jili province had not appeared yet. Wang Wan wanted to use it, although the sun here was not as good as the sun in Lingnan Circuit. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Think about it. Let me think about it. Since we can't become a trade port, we have to think of a way to become a transit station for goods. We can become a trading company and use our own fleet to transport goods. It'll be great if we can occupy this place. Then take your time to think about it. I'm going to cook for Xiaobei and the others. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao insisted, so she did not object. She turned around and was about to go to the kitchen. Let's go together. Cooking won't delay our thinking. Today, we'll make kelp for Xiaobei and the others. Kelp farming is actually a good idea, but I don't know how to do it. How does kelp grow? Seeds? Branching? Let Pomegranate study it. She's very proficient in cultivating now. Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan. Of course. Pomegranate has planted ginseng in a flower pot, but it doesn't grow. She's worried about this. She transplanted dozens of them, but they all rotted. She's determined to grow ginseng. Wang Wan praised Pomegranate's spirit of research. While Zhang Xiaobao was worrying about the ratio of input to output, many people were shocked by him. Li Qingying and Zhang Xiaobao in Daxing City submitted petitions to the imperial court to attack each other. Both of them took the official route. Zhang Xiaobao did not use pigeons. Pigeons were very precious. They had to be transported to the capital. The difference was that when Zhang Xiaobao's petition passed by the Ministry of Appointments, the officials saw that it was Zhang Xiaobao and immediately sent it to the head of the secretariat. When the head of the secretariat saw Zhang Xiaobao's petition, he immediately went to find Gao Lishur. Then, Gao Lishur sent it to Li Longji. Li Qingying's petition was sent to an assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments. The assistant minister seriously wrote a reply and sent a letter back. He asked Li Qingying to send a witness to follow them to the capital. He also wrote a more detailed description of what happened. When Li Longji saw the letter, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao had completed the plan of conscripting 30,000 soldiers. He also increased the population of Jili province by 130,000. He raised the issue of conscripting soldiers in the imperial court. All the officials were dumbfounded. If these words didn't come out from the emperor's mouth, they would never believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be sent to a place so poor that there wasn't even a single person there. Although Zhang Xiaobao's letter mainly mentioned the conscription and population problem, it was nominally saying that Li Qingying soldiers in Daxing City were pretending to be pirates. Li Longji did not think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately made up a fact to get some people. It must be that Li Qingying was anxious and sent out. However, this could not be pursued. He could only let the officials discuss it again. Naturally, there was no result. Li Longji sent a decree to Zhang Xiaobao and Li Qingying, ordering the two of them to work together to suppress the pirates and ensure peace. Chapter 774. Li Longji was very happy after dealing with the matters in Jili province. He talked about a few issues with the ministers before leaving with Gao Lishur while discussing what to eat for lunch. The ministers who had not left looked at each other. The ministers led by Zhang Shua had a heavy heart while the people led by Yuan Qianyao looked like they were watching a show. They also knew that Zhang Shua was in trouble. Once the recruitment of soldiers was ruined by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, not only would his credit be reduced, his power in the army would also be reduced. Although what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did in Jili province could not be imitated, with their abilities, they would definitely find a better way. There was no doubt about that. With the method that they used now, the treatment of soldiers would probably be better in the future. Even if they died in battle, they would not have to worry about their families. It was much better than Zhang Shua using money to buy lives. Zhang Shua knew that in his heart, but he could not say anything. If he could, he really wanted to use some tricks to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, this thought could only be in his heart and could not be turned into actual action. First, no matter how much Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did, they were still children in terms of age. If he did anything to them, not to mention what the emperor would do, the world would not let him go. Of course, if it was only someone else who said it, he could hold it in. The most important thing was that if he did anything to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was very likely that he would be punished. In the past, he wasn't clear about their personalities. But now if he still didn't know, how could he be the prime minister? They had fought twice, and he had lost both times. With their vengeful personalities, if they really made a move, the most unbearable result would be a counterattack from them. Lord Zhang, if there is nothing else, we will be leaving. Yuan Qianyao was happy and said to Zhang Shua with a smile on his face. Zhang Shua was in charge of the head of the secretariat. If there was anything, he could gather all the officials to discuss it. At this time, when he heard Yuan Qianyao's gloating words, he nodded twice with a gloomy face. He turned around and led the officials who followed him out. Yuan Qianyao did not care about Zhang Shua's attitude. Anyway, it was already like this. Zhang Jiazhen was removed from the prime minister position by Zhang Shua. How could Zhang Shua let others go? Didn't he want to be second only to one and above all? Now, Zhang Shua had new opponents, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Let's see if he still had the ability to take down the two of them. Darren, will Zhang Shua use the mistakes of the Zhang and Wang families to attack them like he did to Prime Minister Zhang? Yu Wenrong originally wanted to leave with Li Longji, but when he saw Li Longji talking about eating, it was obvious that he didn't want to bring him along. He had no choice but to stay. Seeing Zhang Shua and Yuan Qianyao's different attitudes, he moved closer to Yuan Qianyao and asked, "He dares? If you want to talk about the mistakes of the Zhang and Wang families, you can find a lot of them. They used their power for personal gain, colluded with the imperial family, overstepped their authority to question the case. Anyway, there are a lot of them. Even the clothes worn by Xiaobei and the others can be counted. But how could the current emperor not know? The emperor didn't say, and he also didn't let others say. If Zhang Shu really dares to attack the Zhang and Wang families with these things, he is dead meat." Yuan Qianyao could casually mention the mistakes of the Zhang and Wang families, including Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's conscription in Jili province. The two of them were not qualified to recruit 30,000 soldiers, let alone 100,000 soldiers in the future. There's no way to block it even if you want to, let alone resist. Whether you take the initiative to be tricked or passively accept it, the result is the same. Then help this official make a trip and find President Tian. Li Yu said to Little Worm and began to write a reply to Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to ask if the two places could work together to develop. Little Worm sighed. He felt sorry for the Millennium Chamber of Commerce. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend Zhang Xiaobao. Oh, to be more precise, they had offended Li Yu. Li Yu had an older brother who knew Zhang Xiaobao. Today, Qianshi was really pitiful. Go quickly. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. These are the words of Wang Wan. If the Millennium Chamber of Commerce cooperated properly, they would not have become like this. They came to my Chongning County and tried to trick me. After failing, they tried to use the loophole in the contract to harm my Chongning County. Then they were tricked by Zhang Xiaobao and did not know how to restrain themselves. They took out money to disrupt the local economy of the same industry. What is this? This is called not giving up on their evil intentions. If we don't teach them a lesson, who knows what they will come up with? Li Yu saw Little Worm's hesitation and guessed what he was thinking. Xiao Chong agreed. He steeled his heart and left the yamen, heading for the house that the Millennium Chamber of Commerce had bought. The house in this county had been bought at the right time. Now, the price of the house had increased. Since the emperor had come here once, the houses on both sides of the street had doubled in size. At this time, Chairman Tian of the Millennium Chamber of Commerce was a little uneasy. It was not because of the weather, but because they had thought of another idea. He did not agree, but the others did. Therefore, he was in a bad mood. Firstly, it was because his decision was not completely approved by the other 5 people. Secondly, it was because this plan would affect the economy of Chongning County. It seemed that every time they wanted to deal with Chongning County, it was not so easy. I think he knows that you don't have it easy, so he suggested another way, which is to cooperate with you in Chongning County and do business with Jili Province. Xiao Chong was deliberately scaring President Tian. After all, President Tian had acted so differently just now. President Tian misunderstood again. He thought that Xiao Chong thought that he could not give enough money. But no matter how much money he had, he could not give it to Zhang Xiaobao for no reason. Thinking of this, President Tian became angry. He decided that he would not be fooled by Zhang Xiaobao no matter what he did. So he asked, "What kind of business do we do together?" "What kind of business can it be?" "Pottery, of course. The young master of the Zhang family wants to do business with pottery in Jili Province. He will send people to buy pottery in our county. Then the sales of the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce will increase." President Tian, I don't want to talk too much. But based on our relationship, if I don't give you some advice, I won't feel good if you suffer losses. Don't you think so? Xiao Chong now had the upper hand, so he had a great advantage in front of President Tian. President Tian nodded and said, "Yes, Master Chong, thank you for your advice. Do you have any good advice?" "I can't say good advice. I just want to say that what the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce said to my master is written in the contract. If we can't double the profit in 3 years, everything here will belong to Chongning County." President Tian, your money is used to buy goods. You can't withdraw it even if you want to. You have to hurry up. Yes, hurry up. President Tian regretted it now. He had invested all his money, but the business was not going as well as he had thought. If they couldn't double the profit in 3 years, the 150,000 strings of coins in the beginning would be gone. This was written in the contract. 150,000 strings of coins. According to this calculation, they would lose 50,000 strings of coins a year. In this world, except for the Zhang family and the Wang family, who dared to say that they could make 50,000 strings of coins a year? Who dared to say that it didn't matter even if they lost 50,000 strings of coins a year? 50,000 strings of coins, if converted into rice, was enough to feed 50,000 families for a year. Xiao Chong now admired Zhang Xiaobao so much that he prostrated himself before him. He asked President Tian, Do you mean you agree to do business with Jili province? President Tian was stunned and began to think about whether to do it or not. If he did it, it would look good. But who knew what Zhang Xiaobao was planning? If he didn't do it, would Zhang Xiaobao think that he didn't give him face? After thinking for a while, President Tian said slowly, "It's better to think at length. Why don't we ask the young master of the Zhang family to send someone here? We can ask him together and then give him a reply. What do you think?" Xiao Chong didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was planning. Seeing that President Tian agreed, he nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go back and write a letter to the young master of the Zhang family and ask him to send someone here. President Tian, the young master of the Zhang family values you very much. You have to do a good job." After that, Xiao Chong stopped drinking tea. He smiled at President Tian and turned to leave. After seeing Xiao Chong out of the gate of the courtyard, President Tian let out a sigh of relief as he watched Xiao Chong's figure gradually disappear. He ordered the people next to him to find the other masters. Not long after, a group of people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce who felt that their plan was about to be carried out gathered. They nodded at President Tian one by one and sat on the chairs next to him. President Tian clearly felt that these 5 people were no longer under his control. He sighed softly and said to the 5 people who were still fantasizing about their plan, "Xiao Chong came here to find Xiao Chong. Just now, Little Bug came here on behalf of Marquis Li, as well as Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao already knows about our plan, so he came to ask. President, how is that possible? If you don't say it, then we won't say it. Is Zhang Xiaobao a god? Can he guess our plan just because we thought of it?" President Tian's words clearly couldn't convince the other 5 people. The one with the white hair directly began to doubt. He even wanted to ask President Tian to spread the news. How could President Tian not understand? His face was gloomy as he said to the 5 people, "If you think the plan is good, why don't you stay here? I'll go back to the 4 Seas Academy first and see if there are any new classes in the academy." When the 5 people heard this, they were happy at first. Then, they looked at each other and shook their heads at almost the same time. The one with the white hair said, "President, you can't just leave like that. You have to know that all the money before was spent under your plan. Now, we don't have any extra money. It's hard to do things without money. Everyone, don't you think so?" The other 4 people nodded. President Tian felt very sad. He never thought that the 5 people who followed him before would come back to force him to abdicate. Moreover, this was no longer as simple as forcing him to abdicate. They also wanted him to help them get more money so that he could leave. If the opponent wasn't Zhang Xiaobao, getting some money wouldn't be a big deal. He believed that the 5 of them wouldn't lose so easily. However, the person they were facing now was Zhang Xiaobao. It was said that he was an existence that was above the top ranks of the Monopoly game. Who would dare to rely on luck in front of him? Thinking of this, President Tian straightforwardly shook his head. "No, I can't take out a single copper coin." The matter that Little Worm came over to tell me is like this. Chairman Tian told the 5 of them what Little Worm had just said and what Little Worm had replied without hiding anything, allowing them to judge for themselves. The 5 people wanted to continue to force President Tian, but when they heard what President Tian said, they looked at each other again. They all lost their previous confidence, and there was an additional burden between their brows. Even if they were very resistant to the name Zhang Xiaobao, they couldn't help but admit that just the name alone could make people afraid. "President, what do you mean?" The white hair who had just called President Tian you immediately changed the way he addressed him. None of the 3,000 people dared to do it. They were all hiding there. Those who could swim tried their best to swim back and forth in the water. Those who couldn't swim also squatted in the water. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the 3,000 people, he knew that they would be very obedient. It was not because Wang Wan's bow was very sharp, but because Wang Wan was too famous. The army was a place where strength spoke. Of course, there was also the issue of seniority. Not to mention Wang Wan's strength, her command was impeccable. The 3,000 people who could come were all veterans. They wanted to get more benefits, and they also wanted to be soldiers under Wang Wan. That way they would be able to face others in the future. Seeing that the people who couldn't swim deliberately looked wronged, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, aren't you being too cruel?" Wang Wan loosened her hand and an arrow flew out. It was right next to a person who was about to stand up and move for a breath. The person was so scared that he immediately squatted down. "How is it cruel? Just take a bath in the water. It's not cold now." As Wang Wan spoke, she knocked another arrow, which made the people in the water even more scared. "You don't understand what I mean. If they stay in the water and don't move, they will be cold. It's better to let them catch some small crabs or something and go back to fry them for Xiaobei and the others as snacks. If they catch a lot, they can also send them to school as a reward for the hard-working children." Zhang Xiaobao said loudly to Wang Wan, as if he was concerned about the soldiers in the water. The people in the water, who were close by, almost fainted when they heard this. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao as if they were looking at a demon. Wang Wan suddenly understood and nodded, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? It's too cruel to just let them soak in the water. Now listen to my orders. Catch crabs. Everyone catch at least 10. If they catch 10, they can eat dinner tonight. If they don't, they will be hungry for the whole night. If they catch more than 20, they can drink wine. If they catch more than 30, they can eat canned food. Do your best." Following Wang Wan's orders, the people in the water began to catch crabs like crazy. It wasn't because they missed out on a meal, but because if they caught more than 30 crabs, they could eat canned food. They had only eaten canned food once since they came here, and it tasted better than anything they had eaten before. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't think much of canned food. If they could eat normal food, who would want to eat canned food? The two of them watched the 3,000 people struggling to catch crabs, big and small. The only requirement was that they couldn't catch crabs on the beach, because it was very fast to catch crabs on the beach. "Actually, I don't want them to learn how to swim and then fight in the water. I just want them to train their bodies by swimming in the water. After all, training on flat ground is different from training in the water. If there is a way to make them not afraid of water and train in the water, that would be even better." Looking at the people struggling back and forth in the water, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He thought about Wang Wan's words and also looked at the people swimming back and forth in the water. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes suddenly lit up. He said to Wang Wan, "I know a way to make them not afraid of water." "What is it?" Wang Wan asked in surprise. "Listen to me." Zhang Xiaobao began to whisper in Wang Wan's ear. Early the next morning, salt pans were built in suitable places by the sea in Jili province. Although there was less sunlight here compared to Luzhou, it was still by the sea after all. Moreover, the temperature was not low. It was much hotter than Shenyang and Fushun, which were further inland. Many salt pans were built. Just when other people thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to sell the salt produced by the salt pans, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan organized a lot of people and began to carry out civil engineering work in this place. A big pit was dug with the efforts of hundreds of people. Then, cement was transported from other places and rubbed back and forth in the pit. A few days later, a super-large open-air swimming pool was built. Xiaobei and the others had been thinking about swimming in it for a long time. They wanted to demonstrate to those who did not know how to swim and at the same time, enjoy the freedom of swimming. This was not a normal swimming pool. After waiting for a few days, the concentration of the salt water in the salt pans reached a certain level. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to pour the salt water into the swimming pool that was built. While many people were puzzled, Xiaobei and the others jumped in themselves. Not only did they not swim in the water in their swimsuits, but they also took out a lot of food and placed it beside them on a large piece of oil paper. The four sides of the oil paper were slightly folded, but even so, many people found it mysterious, especially the movements of Xiaobei and the others. Normally speaking, they should be lying flat on the surface of the water. Otherwise they would have sunk. However, at this moment, they were actually sitting on the water. Only their legs and the area above their navel had sunk an inch. The rest of their bodies were still above the water. Through the water that was not too deep, everyone could see that Xiaobei and the others did not make any movements of treading water. People who lived by the sea knew that if they were treading water, they would only be able to leave their navel above the water for a short period of time. After that they would sink again. Everyone first exclaimed in surprise, then carefully observed them. They were looking forward to learning the skills of Xiao Bei and the others. This kind of swimming was not ordinary. Wang Wan watched Xiao Bei and the others perform a demonstration and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Is there too much salt?" "It has long been saturated. I reckon that the bottom of the swimming pool is full of salt crystals." Zhang Xiaobao was not thinking about the value of the salt. He was thinking about how to let people who did not know how to swim dare to swim in the swimming pool in the future. This was the artificial Dead Sea, using the density of the salt to lift people up. In fact, normal people who did not know how to swim would not be able to reach the level of Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei and the others did not move their legs, but they were constantly adjusting their breathing. They tried their best to let their breaths go into their stomachs so that they could float on the surface. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Let's not worry about the salt first. Let's think about training the soldiers here first. I think that if we don't have to sell salt, we can make a profitable business." "What business?" "The Dead Sea. There aren't that many rich people who are willing to come here." Wang Wan immediately thought of Zhang Xiaobao's idea, but she did not agree with it. "Who said that we have to do it here? Chongning County is a good place. We can use boats to transport the salt there. When the time comes, we can build a bigger swimming pool there. This can increase the county's tax revenue and attract more people to go there. It's not far from the capital, so we can get a tour group to specially design a route." Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts were not on the local area, but on Chongning County. "Then what do you think is more important, the price of the salt or letting others eat it?" Wang Wan asked again. Chapter 777. With the arrival of summer, the 30,000 soldiers in Jili province were sent out. Wang Wan, the secretary, finally had 10,000 soldiers to command. The 10,000 men were divided into 10 battalions by Wang Wan, and the reinforcement battalions took turns. There were always 2 battalions that were training, while the other 8 battalions were training. What was inconceivable was that the 8 battalions that were training did not use weapons. Instead, they used saws, picks, axes and other tools. While the soldiers were still in a daze, Wang Wan explained that they would first train to build the fortifications. When they could build the fortifications well and quickly, they would move on to the next step. Fortifications were very important. After further promotion, the 10,000 soldiers knew about Wang Wan's ability. Li Longji did not transfer soldiers from Jianan Circuit, nor did he transfer soldiers from the capital or Luoyang. It was impossible for him to transfer soldiers from Luzhou. Instead, he transferred soldiers from Qianzhong Circuit. Wang Wan was overjoyed. If it was only Qianzhong Circuit, it would not be so bad. However, Li Longji transferred soldiers from the east of Qianzhong Circuit, where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were from. As the saying went, one would not be able to form an army without a place. It was obvious that their combat strength was mediocre. Wang Wan treated the 10,000 soldiers as her treasures. If they were trained well, it would be very comfortable to use them. With large bowls of wine and large pieces of meat, Wang Wan began to train the 8,000 soldiers who were taking turns to train the fortifications. First, she did not let them receive any military training. Instead, she separated the battalions and began to build fortifications in Jili province. However, this construction was neither a trench nor a city. Instead, they ran to a mountain where there were many trees. Then they would cut down the trees and build barracks. Then, they would level the ground and move on to the next mountain after they had finished with one mountain. After training for half a month, the people from Qianzhong Road finally realized that something was wrong. This was because when they rotated every half a month, they saw that there were no soldiers living in the barracks that they had built previously. Instead, there were many civilians living in them. The civilians had smiles on their faces. They seemed to be very happy to have a ready-made house. Moreover, the land was leveled. They could plant some things depending on the weather, even vegetables. The soldiers were dumbfounded. Was this the importance of fortifications? It was no wonder that the building had to be sturdy during the construction of the fortifications. They also had to dig a drainage ditch that could be used for a long time. The place that was supposed to be used to raise captured warhorses actually had a lot of piglets squealing. If it weren't for the fact that they had been eating lavishly during this period of time, the soldiers would have mutinied. The place that they had worked so hard to build had actually become the home of the common people. What was this called? Battalion commander, I quit. This is too much of a bully. No matter how powerful Wang Wan is, isn't it all because of other people's words? Why don't I believe that she has that kind of ability? You tricked us into coming to this godforsaken place just to build houses for the local people? The 2nd Battalion was just in time for the rotational training. When the 1,000 soldiers saw that the place they had built was occupied, a soldier angrily complained to the commander of the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Battalion commander's answer was very straightforward. He slapped the soldier's head, causing the soldier to stagger. He lectured, "You haven't seen the capabilities of the army with your own eyes. How could you not know how the Yangtze River Bridge was built? Don't you know whose name is engraved in the Tower of 1,000 Souls? We are now conscripts. If you don't work, you won't get a single cent. Look at the new clothes you are wearing and the food you usually eat and drink. These are also money. If you really want to quit, you can go back after 3 thoughts. At that time, you will have a sum of money and someone will find a job for you." The soldier touched the clothes on his body. They were made of pure cotton, which could not be found anywhere else. Only a portion of the rich could wear such clothes. He lowered his head and said unhappily, "She should have told us first. She said that it was built for the common people. She lied to me. What fortification? It has nothing to do with fortification at all." Pah! Another slap. Tell you everything? Do we need to tell you what the generals are thinking during war? Training is about to start. Behave yourself. Otherwise no one can protect you. Get lost. After the battalion commander reprimanded the soldier and sent him away, he suddenly remembered that after serving in a new place, he felt that everything around him was very unfamiliar. Furthermore, it was not as comfortable as it was in his hometown. Because of the climate, many of his brothers fell ill. Fortunately, the Zhang and Wang families' doctors were very capable and sent out the best medical teams. Otherwise, there would have been people sacrificing themselves even before the war. No matter how he looked at Registrar Wang Wan, she looked like a child. Even if she was older than ordinary children, she could not get rid of the childishness on her face. He did not know how long she could stay here. He was not sure about following such a person. Just as he was thinking about this, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from outside. It sounded quite loud. The battalion commander thought that someone was fighting. Although he was dissatisfied with the registrar, he and others could not be soft when there was a battle. He stepped out of the temporary tent and looked outside. At first glance, the battalion commander was stunned. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were also stunned. They saw many local people in front of them. Each of them had a happy smile on their faces and held baskets in their hands. They were gradually approaching. "Messenger, what's the situation?" The battalion commander, who had just come out, could not tell. He could only ask the messenger who ran over from the side. "Battalion commander, these are the people who just moved here not long ago. They said that they want to reward us and thank us for building them houses and leveling the land. Look at the banner in front of them. I just asked a literate person and they said that it says soldiers and soldiers are one family." The messenger was very competent. In a short time, he found out many things and came to the battalion commander to report. The battalion commander was stunned. He did not understand what it meant. What did one family mean? He and his brothers did not have a home here. If they had a home, it would be in the military camp. What did it have to do with the local people? Just as the soldiers were puzzled, the sound in front of them stopped, and an old man walked out from the crowd. He walked in front of the battalion commander with a smile on his face. The soldiers beside him were still in shock, but they did not stop him. They did not think that an old man could hurt the battalion commander. The old man bowed and said, "I'm the chief of the 2nd Battalion village, which has just moved here not long ago. I heard that your battalion is coming today, so I prepared some food to entertain you." Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang said that the 2nd Battalion village has a place to stay because of the houses built by the 2nd Battalion village. Compared to a house, compared to having a home, the 2nd Battalion village has too little to offer. I hope Battalion Commander Fan won't be offended. When the pigs in my village grow up, I will definitely kill a few dozen of them and send them to the 2nd Battalion. The battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion understood what was going on. The houses he and his brothers built were indeed given to the local people, but Wang Wan did not take the credit. Zhang Xiaobao was also not greedy. He told the people what was going on. Although it was easy for the army to build a house, it was another matter for the people. It saved them a lot of trouble, so they came to express their gratitude. Their slightly bad mood suddenly changed. Looking at the enthusiasm of the people who welcomed them and hearing the chief's words, the battalion commander quickly waved his hand and said seriously, "The 2nd Battalion did not know that this house was for other people to live here. We came here to build the fortification. Since Governor Zhang and Registrar Wang let you live here, you can live here." Battalion Commander Fan is too humble. "That's fine, let's not talk about this anymore." Even Adjunct Wang said that even if we brought it up, the soldiers would deny it. "This is what we call the soldiers of the common people. They did work for us but they don't admit it. Let's not talk about the house. We definitely won't talk about it. This house is really comfortable. How thoughtful of you. Just tell us about how you protected us in Jili province." Battalion Commander Fan, "The village has prepared food for you. Don't let them wait too long. Follow me. Follow me." The village chief of the 2nd Battalion village said as he pulled the battalion commander forward. The soldiers nearby also heard the village chief's words. They were still complaining at first, but after hearing the chief's words, they suddenly felt that what they did was not bad. Whether it was building the fortification or building houses for the people, at least the people did not forget them. They even used the name of the village. What about the other villages? Was it 2 battalions and 1 village, 2 battalions and 2 villages? The battalion commander, who followed the chief to the crowd, wanted to explain more. As a soldier, he liked to be straightforward. He did not think this way when he did it, so he naturally wanted to make it clear. However, the Muramesa didn't give him the chance. As he pulled him away, he said to him, "I know you are from Jinzhou in Qianzhong Circuit and are not used to eating mutton. It's okay. We have prepared fish for you. The seasonings were given by Governor Zhang. The taste is good. You ate river fish in your hometown. Here, try sea fish. I heard that there are many fish in the river. I don't know if you like it. Try it. If you like it, eat more. If you don't like it, tell me. Where is it bad? It will be better next time." The battalion commander was pulled to the front of the people by the chief's words. There were 300 people living in the 2nd Battalion village. This time, more than 200 people came. There were adults but no children. The children were all in school. The people were all carrying baskets or carrying baskets. When the battalion commander arrived, they opened the baskets wrapped in linen. Steam came out. Inside the baskets were fish in wooden bowls. The battalion commander unconsciously took a deep breath. He was really fascinated by the smell of the fish. Fragrant, really fragrant. It was more fragrant than the fish he ate at home. It must be the seasonings. Quick, bring the fried fish to the battalion commander. Let him taste it. The village chief called out again, and 2 young men immediately came out from the crowd. The 2 of them carried a large basket and approached the camp chief. When they opened the lid, they saw that the first layer of the basket was filled with 2 wooden plates. Inside the plates were fried fish that had turned yellow. It was the sea sicklefish, or hairtail fish. He didn't know how it was done, but the white parts of the fish had been removed. When he looked carefully, the black parts that should be around the fish's belly had been removed as well. There was a faint fragrance when he smelled it. The chief held a plate and handed it to the battalion commander. The battalion commander was stunned and did not take it immediately. The chief immediately took a piece of fish from the plate and put it in his mouth. Battalion Commander Fan, don't worry. No matter how bad we are, we won't poison our soldiers. Wouldn't that be repaying kindness with enmity? Try it. It's all fried. I told the person who made the fish that this time it was for the people of the 2nd Battalion. They used all the vegetable oil they left at home, afraid that it wouldn't be fried. The chief's words were like a needle that stabbed into the battalion commander's heart. The battalion commander, who was stunned just now, directly reached out and took a piece of fish from the plate. He ate it with all his might. He didn't even spit out the fish bones. He chewed and swallowed it. Although the people from Qianzhongdao and Jili province were unfamiliar with each other, this kindness closed the distance between the 2 places. Battalion Commander Fan, can it be eaten? I don't know what the taste of the people from your side is like, the chief asked carefully. The other people were also waiting for the battalion commander's answer. The battalion commander actually didn't know what the fish in his mouth tasted like. Looking at the people in front of him and thinking about the matter of Xuzhou across the river, he finally understood many things. No wonder the people of Xuzhou worshipped Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. No wonder after crossing the bridge, no one was allowed to say anything bad about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. No wonder the soldiers of Xuzhou were so close to the people outside. This was all the ability of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or the ability of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Anyway, it was the same. The children they raised were like adults. After eating the fish today, the soldiers wouldn't be disgusted if they did things for the people here in the future. Although they knew it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's method, they couldn't refuse this very comfortable feeling. After all, the people didn't have so many thoughts. While the battalion commander was thinking about things, the people led by the chief were still waiting for the evaluation. After a while, the battalion commander finally knew what he should do. He picked up a piece of hairtail fish and put it in his mouth. While chewing hard, he kept nodding and saying, "Delicious, really delicious. You used a lot of seasoning and oil, right? I heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family seasoning is the best." "Not much, not much. We didn't enjoy much before. As soldiers, it's enough to eat well. We still count on you to protect us." The chief waved his hand and replied, "Come here, all of you. Eat the fish made by Arying village." How could a person who could become a battalion commander be a fool? He understood immediately. The commoners here took out their daily necessities just to prepare for this meal, and shouted at their subordinates who were still watching from the sidelines. This was the good thing about being a soldier. They listened to their leader and ate when their leader asked them to. 1,000 soldiers rushed over and launched an attack on the fish. One by one, they ate without caring about their image. This fish wasn't that delicious. It wasn't fresh, and too much seasoning was used. It lacked a kind of earthy taste, so they weren't used to it. But this fish was made by the people, so it was rare to eat it. In the past, they had never eaten the food given by the people. Chapter 778. Under the deliberate arrangement of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the distance between the 10,000 soldiers from Qianzhong Road and the local people was gradually narrowing. Although they were not willing to risk their lives for the local people, they no longer rejected the idea of being a soldier and doing construction work. Then Zhang Xiaobao began to buy a lot of pottery from Chongning County. After all, the Qianzhou Chamber of Commerce did not cooperate with the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao. One reason was that they felt that Zhang Xiaobao was not a reliable person. Another reason was that as long as they signed the contract, the Qianzhou Chamber of Commerce would not be allowed to sell their pottery to the north of Hebei province in the future. If they wanted to sell, they had to contact Zhang family and Wang family and let Zhang family and Wang family sell it. At the same time, they had to be responsible for the transportation. If they were not responsible for the transportation, they had to give up part of the profit. The people from the Qianzhou Chamber of Commerce were from Xinlua. In the north of Hebei province, there were only Khitans and Xinlua people. How could they give up the right to sell their hometown? The people sent by Zhang Xiaobao found other pottery makers to sign the contract. The content was the same as what the Qianzhou Chamber of Commerce had mentioned. The people who were found later did not think so much. The north of Hebei province was too far for them. They happily signed the contract and sent the first batch of goods to the river, waiting for the ships from Jili province to transport them. It did not take long for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to receive a batch of pottery. They took the water route and packed it. Even so, 1/5 of the pottery was damaged by the time they arrived. Zhang Xiaobao did not distribute the first batch of pottery to the people of Jili state. There were not enough. There were too many people. The first batch of pottery was only 50,000 pieces that could be used. If he wanted to distribute them, he could not distribute one piece to each person. At the very least, he had to distribute a set. Zhang Xiaobao gave the 50,000 pieces of pottery to the powerful people around and further north as gifts. He gave a few sets to each family and used the remaining pottery to buy the coastal land next to Jili province. He bought a seaside and did not restrict the local fishermen from going out to sea to fish. The restriction was placed on trade ships from other places. Any cargo ship that wished to dock had to be approved by the state of Jili. They were able to get such a place because there were very few trading ships. Even if they had a ship, they wouldn't want to come to a poor place like northern Hebei province. Usually, small trade was done by land. People who were willing to take risks came to trade with people here. What Zhang Xiaobao needed to do now was to wait. After the people who received the pottery showed off to others, more people would be willing to buy it at Jili province. He was also waiting for the people he sent to the north to report the specific situation at Mo. Although the distance from Mo to Jiannan was shorter than the distance from Jili province to Jiannan province, the journey was very difficult. They had to find places to replenish their food and water supplies, fight with wild beasts, and climb over mountains. The further north they went, the more difficult it was. By the time they reached Mo, it would be almost winter. They didn't know if the people they sent would be able to withstand it. For a time, Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be very free. Other than exercising himself, he spent more energy on teaching his younger brothers and sisters. He let Wang Wan take care of all the military matters. Wang Wan really asked people to build a big swimming pool at the seaside. She also filled it with saturated seawater from the salt field. Could it be that we are building an artificial lake and putting boats on it? Xiao Chong was helpless every time he faced Zhang Xiaobao's plan. He did not expect to surpass him. He just wanted to learn more. Who cares? Just dig first. Li Yu thought that Xiao Chong, who was usually very smart, would be able to guess it. Seeing that Xiao Chong was not sure, he decided to do it first. After choosing a good place on the map, he would send people to dig. He would give them a higher wage and good food. Nowadays, it was not easy to find labor in the county. The common people all had things to do, so it was impossible to expect a person to come over and work for a day with a few copper coins. The people in the surrounding counties also moved to Chongning County. The number of immigrants still could not meet the labor needs of Chongning County. While Li Yu was instructing people to dig the hole, many small boats came from the river. They transported the goods from the big boats to Chongning County. The sacks were not big, but they were very heavy. Usually, people who could carry 200 kilograms of grain could only carry one sack. Young Master Li, the river here is too small. You have to find a way to expand it. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. Xueqi, who came with the boat, greeted Li Yu as soon as he saw him. Li Yu heard that something was sent from Jili province, so he ran to the river to greet him. Hearing Xueqi's words, he nodded seriously and asked, "What is it?" "Salt, the worst kind of salt." Xueqi signaled a porter to put down the sack. He took out a knife and cut open the sack. Pieces of black and yellow salt were sprinkled out. Li Yu saw it and frowned. This salt was too bad. It was obvious that it was not handled properly. He bent down and picked up a grain, put it in his mouth and chewed hard. He spat it out. There was still sand in it. It was bitter and astringent. He spat a few more mouthfuls of saliva. "Is this sent by Zhang Xiaobao for the people in the county?" "No, it is to be poured into the lake. You will know when the time comes. One is young Master Li buying the salt at a cheap price, and the other is my young master using the salt to buy shares," Xueqi explained. Chapter 779. Li Yu got the first real man-made Dead Sea, which was much better and bigger than the one in Jili State that was specially built for soldiers to swim in. At the beginning of autumn, the Dead Sea, which had cost a lot of salt and manpower, appeared in Chongning. It was a very mysterious thing. Those who had not seen the real Dead Sea and had not learned about specific gravity and buoyancy would not be able to understand the reason why the lake in Chongning, which would not sink, appeared. Even if everyone knew that the newly built artificial lake was filled with salt water, they would never know that it was the power of salt that allowed people to float on the water. The simplest example was why people drowned in seawater. It had nothing to do with salt, absolutely nothing to do with it. It was still hot at the time. Chongning's pottery was famous, and so was this artificial lake, named Sunken Lake. The number of tourists here was no less than the number of tourists in the capital. Many of them were brought here by tour groups from the capital, which made Chongning, a county that was not suitable for tourism, become famous. The unsinking lake became a miracle. Rich people came here because of its fame, which made a business circle around the sunken lake in Chongning County. There were people who bought local specialties, made snacks, boiled tea, and so on. Especially the two-story houses around the lake that were built at the same time as the construction of the lake, they suddenly became valuable. At this moment, Liu looked regretfully at the people going in and out of the houses around the lake. He seemed to be muttering to himself, "Good news, it's also good news. The county's tax revenue has increased again." Hearing Liu's voice, Little Worm didn't say anything. He knew that Liu was regretting. When the young master of the Zhang family sent someone to discuss this matter, he asked whether they could buy salt here at a cheap price or let the Zhang family and Wang family build houses around the lake. For the former, Zhang family and Wang family wouldn't interfere as long as they took out a large sum of money. For the latter, they didn't have to pay a single cent. Even the money to dig the lake would be paid by the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, Liu chose the latter, thinking that he could save a lot of money. Who would have thought that the unsinking lake would really appear? This was even more magical than the model in Buxin County and the zoo in the capital. Those who could afford it all followed the tour groups to Chongning. Renting out a house could earn them a lot of money. It was the first time he had seen a place where even river water could be sold for money. A fence was built around the outside of the house, leaving only a few key entrances and exits. It would cost money to swim here, and it would cost money to eat here. When one came out of the water and found that they were covered in salt, it would also cost money to wash them with fresh water. Others were not allowed to deliver water. If they wanted to bring their own water, they would be charged a portion of the fee and arranged to a separate location in the lake. In the beginning, there were still people who brought them along. Later on, they realized that people in their positions would be looked down upon by people in other positions. The gazes of others were clearly saying, "If you don't have money, don't come. You can't even afford to pay for water?" There were also people who wanted to take advantage of the difference in water prices to come and sell water. In the end, they found that after paying a portion of the entrance fee and deducting the tax, they were basically doing it for nothing. "Milord, shall we go down and take a bath?" Xiao Chong exclaimed in admiration of the young master of the Zhang family, and suggested to the gloomy Liu. Liu shook his head. "No, I have to wash with water when I come up." It's nothing special. It's just not heavy. It's more convenient to practice swimming. How is the negotiation between the people of the Thousandage Chamber of Commerce and the people of the Xiao Bao? Not yet. The people of the Thousandage Chamber of Commerce want to rent a two-story building beside the lake. They want to display their beautiful pottery and sell it. However, they are not willing to pay the rent. They say that it depends on the number of goods sold and that they will get a 50-50 share. This price is too low. The young master of the Zhang family sent people here to say that the rent cannot be reduced. Moreover, they can only sign a contract every year. They can't sign a contract for 10 or 8 years. In the future, the rent will fluctuate according to the market price. The original contract was only signed for priority under the same conditions. Moreover, the price of the pottery of the Thousandage Chamber of Commerce is fixed. After selling the goods, they have to give the young master of the Zhang family 30% of the profit after tax. The price is too high. I think the Thousandage Chamber of Commerce is regretting it. Xiao Chong explained the situation that Liu wanted to know. Liu agreed. Yes, the Thousandage Chamber of Commerce is still not convinced. They have lost a part of the pottery market in the northern part of Hebei province. They have lost their monopoly on our market. The pressure of competition is also great. They still want to compete with Xiao Bao. Let's see how they will compensate me if they can't reach the sales result that we agreed on in 2 years. Your Excellency is right. The Thousandage Chamber of Commerce has overestimated themselves. The young master of the Zhang family is busy with other things in Jili province. They can't deal with him easily. When the young master of the Zhang family finishes his business in Jili province and has time to deal with them, it will be a disaster for the Thousandage Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Chong, who had always regarded Zhang Xiaobao as a legend, said with certainty. News of the miraculous nature of the sunken lake spread at an extremely fast speed. People who were a little further away were moved to come over and take a look after sighing at the wonders of this place. Only a small number of people didn't admit that the floating lake in Chongning was a place that God sent to them. Li Longji was one of them. Hearing all kinds of rumors, he took out the map of Chongning and looked at it several times. He said to Gao Lisher, "How about going there again?" "Your Majesty, you can't. We've already been there once this year. Going there again will be a waste of manpower and money." Gao Lisher had never seen a lake that didn't sink. He was curious, but he didn't agree with the emperor's decision. What if we still let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo pay for it? Li Longji thought about the last time he went out. He heard people report that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were using his name to solicit money. Very quickly, he felt that he should ask them to fork out the money again. When Gao Lisher heard that his son and daughter-in-law had to pay for it, he thought that there were no new ways to make money. He was afraid that his son would lose money, so he said, "Your Majesty, it's just a lake that doesn't sink. I'll write a letter to ask Xiao Bao and see what he can do." He should have written a long time ago. He should have written a letter to me first. Why didn't he build one in the capital city instead of going to Chongning? It's obvious that he didn't take me seriously and made me anxious. His crime is punishable by death. Also, he went to Jili State with a plan. He lied to me again. Li Longji had also figured it out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had initially planned to go to Jili province, just like how they had planned to go to Feng province. They had taken a big detour to get him there and promised him a lot of benefits. However, it was much better than what they had promised him in Feng province. What else could Gao Lisher say? He promised, "Yes, I'll write it right away." Wait. The more Li Longji thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He stopped Gao Lisher, who was about to leave, to make arrangements. "One more thing. Tell them to send me more than 10-hundred-year-old ginseng before the new year. Xinluo is close. I don't care what tricks they use. Since they can cheat me, how can they not get 10-hundred-year-old ginseng?" Gao Lisher thought that the emperor was going to give Xiao Bao and Cuckoo a heavy burden. When he heard that it was only 10-hundred-year-old ginseng, he was relieved. A few days ago, Xiao Bao wrote a letter saying that he would send him 20-hundred-year-old ginseng before the new year. He thought that ginseng was easy to get. Gao Lisher nodded and left. Li Longji opened the map of Chongning again and pointed at the lake. "Next time, change the place. I won't be fooled." Seeing Wang Wan leave, Zhang Xiaobao put down the rabbit of the 12 zodiac signs and picked up the cat of the previous zodiac sign. He played with it in his hand and muttered, "It's good to pay taxes. Paying taxes can increase one's reputation." Poor Li Longji. "Fine, I'll get some more deer antlers. Otherwise, he'll throw a tantrum if I don't give them to my godfather. Also, my parents say that the mink fur in the northeast is good. Make some clothes to avoid the cold in winter. In a few days, a flock of geese will be flying south. Forget about the Ural grass. My family doesn't use that to make shoes." The days passed calmly and passionately. When late autumn was approaching, the second batch of grain had already started in other places. However, the first batch of grain in Jili had not yet arrived. Because it was planted late, most of the grains were still soybeans. They had to wait for the frost to fall. Wang Wan led the 10,000 soldiers to train and swim every day. They took cold baths 3 times a day so that the people from the south could gradually adapt to the cold weather. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the people in the province to build Kong beds. A large number of reeds were transported from the local area and the surrounding areas to weave mats. Otherwise, the Kong beds would be uninhabitable. The bricks were burned one by one. While the people were idle, they had people make methane ponds so that they could be used on the land next year. No matter what, they had to increase the output. This year's soybean harvest was just as low. They did not expect to harvest much. While they were looking forward to the autumn harvest, people from the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office came. They were sent by Li Xiaogu. Now, they were the masters of the Khitans. In fact, they had to listen to Kutuyu. The people who came here also represented that Kutuyu wanted something. One was the shark fin and Kuan Bu from Jili, which was the kelp. The other was the furniture produced in Hai Yunjian. Kutuyu did not know where he heard that. Gao Lisher's house had a whole set of good furniture. All the wooden furniture was made of agarwood. In addition to the furniture, there was also a big fish tank in the shape of mountains and rivers. When reflected in the sun, it was colorful. Therefore, Kutuyu also wanted a set. If he asked for it, Zhang Xiaobao considered the current international situation and gave it to him. The problem was that the people who came did not say, "Give us something. We don't have it. It's good to look at and admire." What he said was, "My lord has taken care of Jili. The governor of Jili should offer something to my lord like you have already offered pottery." With Zhang Xiaobao's character, he would not fall for this. He politely offered pottery, but in the end, he was seen as weak. Just as he was about to politely refuse, Wang Wan, who got the news, hurried back and said to the people from the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office, "Jili doesn't need your care. If you want something, fine. If you don't give it to me, you can only give me a broken bowl and half a bowl of spoiled rice. If you are a man, fight me." The people who came were angry and left unhappily. As a result, just after leaving Jili, Wang Wan, who was still angry, thought for a while and led the troops to chase after them. With only 100 people, they killed more than 100 people from the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office, leaving only one leader. Only then did she calm down and come back. Zhang Xiaobao, who did not stop Wang Wan, waited for Wang Wan to come back happily and said to her, "You are like a child. As the saying goes, when two countries are at war, they don't kill the envoys. Why did you bully them?" "I am a child. How can they be considered a country? I didn't admit that they dared to threaten us. We are not scared. Write a letter to Kutuyu immediately and ask him if he wants me to kill him. If he wants to die, just say it and I will help him." Wang Wan said indifferently and said, "This time I didn't bully them. It was a one-on-one fight. The Xiong army is the Xiong army. They are only stronger than the Khitans. We won a complete victory." "Forget it. You rushed up with 100 people. There are so many people behind you. How can they fight? Who knew that you wanted to kill people? They thought you wanted to kidnap people. They were not prepared at all." Zhang Xiaobao could understand the feelings of the 100 Khitans who were killed. Not to mention the Khitans, even the Turks would not expect Wang Wan to kill them. "I don't care. This is called catching them off guard. They didn't know before, but now they know. If they offend me, they won't have a good ending. Didn't you see? When the leader left, he stared at me. His eyes were full of disdain." Wang Wan was still full of righteousness. Zhang Xiaobao agreed as he ground the ink. "Okay, kill them. We have to kill them sooner or later. If we don't kill them, it will be Liao in the end. I will write a letter and ask him to give us an acceptable explanation. If not, he won't have a good ending." "Yes, he won't have a good ending." Wang Wan spread out the paper and took the ink from Zhang Xiaobao and ground it. It didn't take long for 2 letters to be written. One was sent to the capital and the other to the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. The letter to the capital was sent with a pigeon, but it was sent by the Ministry of Rights. Gao Lishir was in charge of the pigeon. Usually, as long as it wasn't from important people like Zhang Xiaobao, he could let his subordinates handle it. When it was not important, even if someone was willing to spend more money to send a letter, he would take care of it. When he heard that Xiaobao had sent a letter, he hurried over. In the end, he saw that it was sent to the Ministry of Rights. Thus, Gao Lishir could not open the letter directly. Instead, he found the minister of the Ministry of Rights, Xueqi. Xueqi's days were not very good. Although the position of minister was something that many people could not obtain in their lifetime, compared to his previous position, it was far worse. When Gao Lishir found him, he was busy behind his desk with the pilgrimage of Mount Tai. The original date was in November, but it was changed. It was changed to October. Now there were less than 2 months left before they had to leave. The Turks had negotiated with the surrounding small countries. They would not come to cause trouble and would even send people to observe the ceremony. When Gao Lishir threw the letter in front of him, he opened it and read it. He felt that his entire back was wet. Lord Gao, this is a critical moment. What do Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to do? His Majesty is about to go for the pilgrimage. Why did they have to make trouble at this time? What if the Khitans do not come to observe the ceremony and prepare to send troops? Xueqi felt that the pilgrimage was already very stable and there would not be any problems. He did not expect that at the most critical moment, something would happen in Jili province. As for why they did not go to the censorate but to the Ministry of Rights, the contents of the letter were all grievances, saying that they should be united and should not have come to force them. Others might not understand, but Xueqi did. After all, he had once been on the same side as the Ziwei Yellow sect. How could he not know this method? It was more powerful than sending it to the censorate. Sending it to the censorate would be an impeachment, and the result would be to the emperor. Sending it to the Ministry of Rights would be to gain the upper hand in terms of reason. Why did they gain the upper hand in terms of reason? It was to prepare for the deployment of troops. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really wanted to make a move. Gao Lishur did not see what was written in the letter. He took the letter and read it. He gasped and swallowed twice. He did not care about Xueqi and said to him, "I'm going to find His Majesty." He left in a hurry. Xueqi did not see him out. After a while he sighed, "You're too abrupt. What can I say about you?" Chapter 781. Gao Lishur almost ran to Xingqing Palace. He understood the situation, but he suddenly wanted to ask for something from his son and daughter-in-law. The people he sent didn't speak properly and threatened them. In the end, his daughter-in-law killed so many of them. Now, the main thing to do was to appease the Khitans. The ceremony was about to start, so he couldn't be rash. However, at this moment, he suddenly wanted to ask for something. What should he do? Who would the emperor favor? If he favored Kutuyu, what should he do? He couldn't just watch his son and daughter-in-law suffer. In the past, he treated it as a game. Now he was dealing with outsiders. He couldn't let his son suffer. Lishur, do you have something urgent? Li Longji already knew what was going on with the sunken lake in Chongning. Zhang Xiaobao promised him a large amount of inferior salt to build an artificial lake for his manors around the capital. The lake was open to the public for 10 days every month. The money earned would go to Zhang Xiaobao. Part of it would be pure profit, and the other part would be used to maintain the manors. After Li Longji learned a little about the theory, he thought that the masters of the Zhang family and Wang family were indeed ordinary people. He was happy that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had learned the skills of the masters. When he saw Gao Lishur come over with an anxious expression, he asked. Gao Lishur didn't have time to wipe his sweat. He handed the letter over. Your Majesty, Xiaobao and Cuckoo are in trouble. The two children actually, Your Majesty, you'll know when you read it. Li Longji was still waiting for Gao Lishur to say it. He didn't expect that he would read it himself. He opened the letter and read it from the beginning. After reading it, he was stunned. Suddenly, his face became gloomy. Gao Lishur was shocked. He was afraid that the emperor would punish Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They are too bold. What do they think I am? Do they really think I'm afraid of him just because I let him? Li Longji said word by word. Your Majesty, Xiaobao and Cuckoo are still young. Naturally, they don't think carefully. Gao Lishur didn't care whether Li Longji was angry or not. If he didn't side with his son now, when would he? Of course. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are young, but can he surpass them? He actually dared to bully two children, and he even took advantage of the time when I was going to perform the pilgrimage of Mount Tai. Did he think that I would tolerate him and protect him for the sake of the pilgrimage? If he wants to cause trouble, let Cuckoo kill them all. Li Longji said angrily as he flung the letter in his hand. Ha! Gao Lishur was stunned. So she wasn't angry at Xiaobao and Cuckoo. That was good. Your Majesty, this person is a wolf that cannot be tamed. If you treat him well, he will not remember. If you treat him badly, he will bite you back. We must guard against him. I know, but the people over there don't listen to the imperial court's orders. What can we do? Li Longji understood. Although Xiaobao and Cuckoo had schemed against him a few times and he lost every time, the two children didn't have bad intentions. When the imperial court needed help, they wanted to help. In the past few years, the Zhang family and the Wang family had spent nearly 1 million strings of money on infrastructure and disaster relief. Wherever the Zhang family and the Wang family did business, the taxes had increased by a lot. As for the Khitans, they were truly wolves that couldn't be tamed. They couldn't be suppressed even a little bit, or they would be betrayed. No matter how good they were to them in the past, they would act as they pleased and turn hostile faster than flipping a book. It was clear who was close and who was distant. Seeing that his son and daughter-in-law had nothing to do, Gao Lishur felt relieved and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this matter." But the sudden attack happened before Xiaobao and Jianwan arrived in Jili province. Now the Khitans still dare to attack us like they did before? Xueqi has 10,000 elite soldiers under her, and she has trained them for nearly half a year. During the Tubo War, Xueqi was ordered to lead the remaining soldiers to fight thousands of miles away. That was why the Tubo War logistics camp in Izhou province was created. Do the Khitans have more people than the Tubo War logistics camp? Are horses faster? Are knives sharper? A smile appeared on Li Longji's face. Apparently, he was happy with Gao Lishur's words. This was not nonsense, and it was the truth. That's right. With Xueqi leading 10,000 elite soldiers, the Khitans won't dare to make trouble, and they won't be able to attack us. The letter didn't mention other things in Jili province. How are things over there? Your Majesty, Xiaobao sent a letter a few days ago saying that the 1,000-year-old ginseng that Your Majesty asked for have been prepared. There are also 2 sets of deer antlers for Your Majesty to brew wine in winter. There are also countless other marine products. He also proposed to pay the rent this year, but the rent is relatively small, and there will be more next year. Naturally, Gao Lishur had to pick the good ones. In fact, there were no bad ones. Xiaobao and Huan had never complained about the lack of money or manpower. They also did not mention how difficult the local construction was, or how sad the people were. Allowing them to be exempted from taxes did not feel like they were children. They were like the stabilizing force of the sea as described in the novel. They were reassuring no matter where they were. Adhering to the style of the masters of the Zhang family, they never complained, could overcome all difficulties, and became stronger when facing strong opponents. Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. They blinked their slightly red eyes and said, "I know that even if many officials don't say it, they think that I'm partial to Xiaobao and Xueqi. But if you ask me, who else should I be partial to if not them? Who has the ability like them? Who can do better than them? They are all adults, but they still want to compete with children. They can't compare to the 2 children. I won't say that I want them to do better than Xiaobao and Xueqi. In Jili province, as long as they can do half of the 2 children, I'll be partial to them. But who can do it? Your Majesty, you can't spoil Xiaobao and Xueqi. When the 2 of them are tired of staying there, let them come back. This is to prevent them from being difficult to control in the future." Gao Lishur began to object to Li Longji's words again, but after listening carefully, one could find the contradiction. It was true that it was to prevent them from being difficult to control, but what did he mean when he said that they were tired of staying there? Once they were tired of staying there, it would probably be difficult to control them. Li Longji didn't care about the meaning behind Gao Lishur's words. He didn't believe that Gao Lishur didn't care at all when he finally had a son. Some of the officials had said that he had countless furniture and good things in his house. Where did they come from? Ordinary people had no way to bribe him. It was all given by Xiaobao and Xueqi. It was said that for the new year, the fireworks shipped were different from the ones sold. They were bigger and had better packaging, so the inside shouldn't be bad either. There was also the salt sent from Jili province. A portion of it was sent to Luoyang, a portion was sent to him, and a portion was sent to Gao Lishur's house. The color of the salt wasn't snow white, but rather a bit of green. It was said that it had been processed through more than a dozen processes. One of them was even cooked with Kuanbu to prevent big neck disease. He had eaten it. Not to mention putting it in the dishes, he could even take one out and put it in his mouth. It wasn't that salty, but it had a taste. If it wasn't for Gao Lishur, based on Xiaobao and Xueqi's personalities, he probably wouldn't have been able to eat it. Write a letter to Xiaobao and Xueqi. Tell them to take a look at the entire northern part of Hebei province. If they encounter anything, they can do it first and report it later. Li Longji, who was jealous of Gao Lishur, decided to use Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to suppress that area. Yes, Your Majesty. Do we need to send more troops to Xueqi? Gao Lisher understood that the emperor wanted to rely on Xiaobao and Xueqi to take care of that area. But he was worried that the two of them didn't have enough troops. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "Write a letter to them and ask if they want troops and where to get them. As long as they can control the northern part of Hebei province, even if Xueqi wants the thousands of light cavalry in Shannon province that fought with her in Tubo, I will give them to her." "I'll do it right away. Your Majesty, will you bring Xiaobao and Xueqi with you when you go on the pilgrimage?" Gao Lisher nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something very important. Feng Chan, what a big deal. If he couldn't bring Xiaobao and Xueqi along, the two of them would regret it. That will depend on their abilities. If they can stabilize that area, let them come. If they can't, let them stay in Jili province. Li Longji thought for a moment and said. In fact, he really wanted to bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For him, the two children were too deceptive. No matter how good a guard was, there were bound to be mistakes. If he brought the two children with him, they could be his trump card at the critical moment. Not only were the two of them able to fight against the most powerful bodyguard, but more importantly, they could do what the bodyguard could do, and what they could do that the bodyguard couldn't. They could command the troops at any time, and Wan Wan's battle tactics that were hailed by many as a demonic genius was reassuring. Gao Lisher was speechless. Even if he wanted to bring his son and daughter-in-law, it would depend on how far the two children could go. Just as he was about to leave, Li Longji said, "You can punish him." Why did he provoke the officials of Jili province at this critical moment? Gao Lisher's letter was quickly sent to Jili province. At this time, there were also carrier pigeons in Jili province. They had just been raised and sent some to Luoyang and some to the capital. Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting for the replies from both sides, saw his godfather's letter. He smiled and said to Wang Wan, who came over, "Look, Li Longji is still protecting us." "Nonsense, unless he is stupid, he will naturally side with us. How can we be the same as Kutuyu? If he dares not to protect us, I will go back to him. What can he do?" Wang Wan didn't appreciate it at all. Yes, if he is that stupid, he should go back and push Li Sun to the position. With the level of his weapons, I don't believe he can beat us. Who does he think he is? Can he reach the level where there are no guns and no guns for us? Zhang Xiaobao also agreed with Wang Wan. The two of them didn't have to worry about Li Longji suddenly attacking them. "What about now?" Wang Wan asked. "Now we have to fight the propaganda war. I still want to go to Mount Tai to see what Feng Chan is like and force Kutuyu to admit defeat," Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. Just as Li Longji was preparing his plan, Zhang Xiaobao and the propaganda war began. In a very short time, a rumor began to circulate in the Song Mo commander-in-chief's manor. Whether it was the workers or the soldiers in the manor, they all heard this news from the people they interacted with. "Did you hear? Li Longji wants to lead us in a rebellion. We're about to prepare for war. Hurry and pack everything in your homes so that you won't have time to prepare for war." This was a kind of rumor. Whether it was those who believed it or those who didn't, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Everyone knew that the great Tang was gradually growing stronger. If they weren't careful, they could easily be wiped out by the great Tang's army. If not for the fact that the great Tang still had to manage the Turks in Tubo, they would have sent an army several years ago when Li Longji started his rebellion. The entire Song Mo commander-in-chief's manor was in a state of panic, fear, and a little expectation. Rumors stopped with the wise, but not everyone had that kind of wisdom. Those who were worried about the coming war began to buy a lot of things that could be used, such as leather armor, weapons, and food. It's over. It's said that the Jili province is preparing to recruit 50,000 soldiers from the local people. All men between 13 and 60 years old have to apply. It's said that there are also ships that can make a mountain disappear in an instant. If they're going to attack, Li Longji will send people to cause trouble. Also, the great Tang Emperor has agreed. He even wants to send reinforcements. The light cavalry that killed countless people in Tubo is going to be given to them. Another rumor was even more frightening than the first one. The first one was nothing more than sending troops to war. When they attacked others, they had the initiative. This rumor was that others were going to attack them. In that case, there was no initiative at all. What would they do if they were attacked from behind when they were at the front lines? This time, they were even more flustered. Not only did they have to buy and exchange what they could get, they also had to think of a way to make arrangements for their families when they left for war. The third rumor also appeared at this time. It said that the Great Tang Emperor wants to move us to the vicinity of the capital of Great Tang so that we can live a better life. Those who are willing to stay can go to the Jili province to learn how to make Kong. It will be warmer in winter and we can use more pottery. However, Li Longji is afraid that he will lose his power and refuse the Great Tang Emperor's kindness. In order to prevent us from leaving, he started a war to force the Great Tang Emperor to change his mind. The third rumor was more unbearable than the first two. The first two were going to war no matter what, and the people under their command would be prepared for war. However, the third rumor was that his ruling position would be shaken, which was absolutely unacceptable. Just when Xueqi suddenly heard of the rumor and wanted to suppress it, a piece of news came. A caravan set off from Jili province with a lot of pottery on it. They were going to send it to the manor and give it to everyone who needed it free of charge. However, this caravan was attacked by the people sent by Li Longji province. Otherwise, not only would the people in the Jili province kill all the people who were sent out, but they also sent the goods back. This news was said very firmly. Why did Xueqi send people to stop them? It was because he didn't want good things to be used by just anyone. Only the leader could use them. Otherwise, why would Xueqi and the others all have complete sets of pottery? They are all talking nonsense. There is no such thing. They are too despicable and insidious. Li Longji cursed loudly after smashing a lot of pottery. It was not that he didn't understand this strategy. Since ancient times, many people had used it, usually on the enemy's generals. However, when he encountered it again today, he found that it was still so difficult to resist. The people of Khitan were not as smart as the generals. Some strategies did not work on smart generals. Li Longji could clearly feel the instability of the people's hearts. The way to deal with propaganda was naturally to use the same propaganda. Li Longji held back the anger in his heart and began to ask people to explain to the Khitan people under his rule to calm down the hidden turmoil. The anti-propaganda war was effective. After all, Li Longji was the real leader of the Khitan people. First, he said that there would be no war. Then, he said that the Jili province did not send troops. Li Longji had already discussed it with Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang. As for why the pottery was sent back, it could not be said that they did not send them back. Instead, it was said that the road was not easy to travel, so they prepared to take measures to transport them back. No matter what kind of propaganda war it was, it fell on the Khitan people in the end, making them unable to distinguish the truth from the lies. They could only hold back the anxiety in their hearts and wait. Li Longji was slightly relieved. He threw away the plan to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He originally wanted to launch a sneak attack on the pottery transported from Chongning to Jili province to let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan know that he was not to be trifled with. Now, he could not launch a sneak attack. If he launched a sneak attack again, wouldn't it be a real war? What he said in the past was a lie. Not only could he not launch a sneak attack, but he also had to reconcile with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The pottery had to be transported to Khitan. If Li Yu and Zhang Xiaobao in Chongning were not close to each other, he could personally send people to Chongning to buy the pottery. Li Longji was very depressed. He wrote a letter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. First, he said that everything in the past was a misunderstanding. The people he sent did not explain clearly. They did not want the pottery but wanted to buy it. When they came back, they lied. He was also deceived and must deal with it properly. Then, he said that he hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could sell some of his pottery to him at a low price. He also sent people to transport the pottery to Songma Commander-in-Chief's office, saying that it was a gift from Jili province. He also hoped that Zhang Xiaobao could buy some Khitan goods at a low price and say that it was a gift from Khitan. Then both sides would be even. The news quickly reached Li Longji's ears. At this time, Li Longji had already set off in the direction of Luoyang. He planned to stop there and then go to Mount Tai. On the way, He heard that Li Longji had suddenly written a letter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He laughed in the cabin for a while before coming out to enjoy the scenery. Gao Lishe respectfully accompanied him on the side. He was also in a very good mood. His adopted son was indeed capable. This was called subduing the enemy without fighting. Good plan. It's so insidious. Oh, it's a wonderful plan. Only Xiao Bao can use it casually. Did the two of them set off from Jili province? Li Longji was overjoyed. It seemed that sending Xiao Bao and Wan over was the right decision. Only the two of them could suppress the dishonest people, because the two of them were unscrupulous when it came to fighting. Gao Lishe knew that the emperor was very happy. He replied, "Your Majesty, they have already come out." Before coming out, they led the troops to the northwest of Jili province to do a drill. Look, Xiao Bao has already explained it in his letter to me. As he spoke, Gao Lishe took out the letter. For him, many of the letters that Zhang Xiaobao wrote to him were official letters because many of the things that were involved in the letters were very important. Li Longji opened the letter and read it. It was written very smoothly without any wording. It was indeed a letter from home. The main point was that the two of them had already set off from Jili province without the 10,000 soldiers. The 10,000 soldiers were still working hard on the drill. The gunboats were also not here. They were waiting to engage in battle at any time along the coast. It also said that the deal with Kutuyu was agreed. After the ceremony, they would transport pottery. It also wrote back to Kutuyu and asked him to arrange for people to take care of Jili province at any time. Now that there was a provincial governor and a registrar in the army, it could be said that there was no leader there. The rest of the letter was all about greeting Gao Lishe, asking him what he liked to eat and whether he wanted to eat some venison. A batch of venison had been braised. If he really wanted to eat it, he should prepare more ingredients on the way. After all, there were many people eating it. Some people were addicted to it and used their status to pressure others. They only knew how to eat it for free. Haha, Lishe, your Xiao Bao is guilty. How dare he say that I am a freeloader? Li Longji stared at Gao Lishe and said, "Your Majesty, Xiao Bao is not talking about you. He is talking about someone else. Bai Go, Yao Chong, and Xiao Bao must be talking about them." Gao Lishe was not anxious for his son at all. He knew that the emperor would not be angry. As expected, Li Longji did not continue to talk about this matter. Instead he praised good plan. This letter is good. Tell Kutuyu that when Jili province is empty, he is still training the soldiers. When Kutuyu is under great pressure, he is not afraid that the people of Jili province will guard against his attack, but he is afraid that the 10,000 soldiers will attack him. Xiao Bao said that he is empty, but in fact, he is telling Kutuyu that he should be careful of the Khitans. They can go there at any time. He and Cuckoo may have left deliberately to numb others. Xiao Bao may not have thought so much. It was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Gao Lishe said modestly for his godson. Then he said, however, after returning, Xiao Bao still has to spend money to buy things from the Khitans. If the two of them don't participate in the ceremony, they don't have to spend money. Kutuyu can only pay for it himself. This is what makes people feel at ease about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They know when to give up and when to retreat. They are not ready to fight with Kutuyu, so they need to be stable first. Besides, they may not be able to lose money. Yes, if it were other people, they may not be able to earn much money. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are both smart people. I always feel that this matter is not so simple. This can be considered as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo using a scheme against Kutuyu, right? Li Longji did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would let Kutuyu go so easily. It should be a scheme, Gao Lishe replied. Since it is a scheme, how can it only have these 2 rings? When the two of them were scheming against me, they did not show any mercy. No wonder they want to go to Jili province. There is no one to fight with them for the coast there. It is impossible to change to another place. Dengzhou has the navy of Dengzhou occupying a good place. Look at them, they have the docks and docks. How could I be fooled? Wait for the two of them to arrive and ask me properly. This time, I want them to be closely linked, at least 5 rings. Otherwise, I will punish them. No matter what, they have to be more careful when dealing with outsiders than when dealing with me. Li Longji did not forget that he was tricked and made a request to Gao Lishe. Gao Lisher wanted to laugh, but he held back and said, I will definitely make Xiao Bao reveal the plan. Your Majesty, rest assured. When dealing with outsiders, Xiao Bao's schemes have always been sharp and ruthless. For example, the current Tubo is no longer able to compete with the Tang Empire. It will be the same next year. Their locusts have not been completely exterminated. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.